14 My women. Hey. Relax. I had not so many women in my life. I never looked to become some sort of Casanova, I was never meant to be a ladies' man. I will say this. I never have counted them. Maybe I had around 3 dozens of them. Is that okay with you guys? I am only going to write about the most prominent ones, such as my first one, my most beautiful one, my most abnormal one, my wife as well, and the most mysterious I was happy with as never before. I will start with my most abnormal one. 14.1 The most abnormal one, how she got me in her trap. I want to point out, my dear readers, that I am not sure if I did the right thing not adhere to a strict chronology of my narrative. After a little thought, I decided to distribute my book chapters in a somewhat different way. This does not mean that the most fucked up in the head woman had more importance for me than the most mysterious and beloved one I had, it just means that she, nevertheless, left a deeper trail, a trauma, a wound in my psyche, although largely because of my own fault. Initially, I published this chapter in my blog as a separate story. When I started writing this story, I knew a lot less about her than I know now. All names had been changed and the story was presented as my friend's office romance. I was in trouble because of this broad, and I had even bigger trouble because of the story about this broad. This story was meant to be a warning. A warning to stay away from such things like her. Even though I know a lot more about her, I didn't change the story much, except that the names are almost real now. Those who know me, had recognized these characters anyway. But I want them remembered and stay in history. Now my real emotions will begin. Now I, like Hemingway, will start bleeding over my laptop, where the fuck was my brains? What on earth did I see in her? An ordinary girl. Well, she wasn't ugly, but there was nothing special in her either. If I had met her on the street, I would never look back to her. Just a girl with a lot of rats in her attic. I jokingly wrote once in my blog that I was an ambulance for the troubled women, but this particular case tops them all. Yes, I've heard of her a lot before we met. They wrote a lot about her in the translators community. I try to remember what they wrote about her and I couldn't, but if I was radically to generalize the overall impression about her, it would sound something like this: she is cool. I don't even remember the first day we met. But I believe from the very first day she had gotten on my right side. I had that feeling that I always had known her. I must have seen her before in the pictures somewhere. I remember that she had become a regular feature in my office, where she would show up and talk to me and I was busy doing my work. I never knew she had a plan on me. She was assigned to a consultant and worked on the fields mostly. In the office, though, she would come by and seat next to me. I don't remember what we talked about, but my work would stop. I wouldn't have the ill grace to say her, "Excuse me, I have a lot of work to do." Besides, she was good to talk to. I remember, much later, she told me, or wrote, I don't remember, she had been shocked sometimes by my straightforward opinions on various things. She thought I was a bit too cynical, but she was treating me good. She seemed to have that special feeling towards me. And everybody liked her. Both men and women. She had it all right. With all her original appeal, she still didn't cause any sexual desire in me. Zero, zip, nothing. She had that kind of a strict school teacher asexuality. And I went to the university exams where I had a really good time chasing girls, and I would come home so balanced and well and feeling just great. She told me once about an expat, who stayed in the same hotel she was living in, whispering with a gasp of horror, "He's such an erotomaniac." I wouldn't want to earn such a stigma myself in her eyes. It didn't occur to me, though, to ask her how she would know that. In fact, that expat also said that he liked this kind of Oriental women. It just has crossed my mind. There might have been something going on between the two of them. I do not have any habits of fooling around with women, like flirtingly hugging them, as many would. Such things were not to be easily squandered for me. First time I touched her, I believe, after about a year of our acquaintance, when I very hesitantly hugged her, trying to comfort her, which I can't do absolutely, when she cried. Mother was dying out of cancer and I could not find the right words to comfort her. There are obvious bitches. Typically those are beautiful women who can afford to be bitches. There is no getting rid of men for them anyway. This one, well, she was not ugly, but she wasn't hammered at much with men either. That's why she was sort of a nature of the gold. But with all her likable demeanor, as opposed to some obvious sociopathic ones I used to know, she could prove tough character, never afraid to confront. She made it obvious that she would never easily let anybody hurt herself. Those who asked for troubles were so very sorry afterward. She wasn't the one to easily forget resentment. She didn't seem to be afraid of anyone. But she was very nice to me. Such were the feelings I had. The winter holidays were approaching. My wife went to St. Petersburg for further training, and once I had an idea to ask her out to a nice restaurant. Why the hell not? We were buddies and knew each other long enough to go to a restaurant. And I did. No excitements, no hesitations. I wasn't in love with her, just purely friendly relationship, and I was sure she would go. I chose a nice restaurant, phoned there with her sitting next to me, and easily booked places for two. It was an expensive fancy restaurant, the food was good. I ordered a French red wine for her and I was getting loaded up with some real man stuff like straight Russian vodka. I vaguely remember how we went to another restaurant where we both smoked hookahs. Perhaps it was the first time she saw me this drunk. Perhaps by this invitation to the restaurant I had extorted her intention to do it, which took a little while for her to come to the scratch to act. A couple of days after the restaurant, my daughter and I were walking down the street from the pool when she called me and asked what was I doing then. I said cheerfully that we were walking down the street in the frost, and that we had a really good swim in a pool nearby and so on. She'd clearly called not just to find out what was I doing, she apparently was up to something, but my daughter appeared to be in her way. This all I interpret from my vision of today's perspective of what I know about her. I didn't give much shit to this call back then. Just was taken aback a little bit, maybe. And then, a few days later, she did one thing, I am sure, she regretted it more than once for picking on the wrong guy. I just didn't know I would regret it too. Oh, how would I regret it? Well, this phase started in December 2006. I remember everything, even the date and time when it happened. It was one of the New Year Eve days, which was coming to its end, and there was almost no working personnel in the office. Many flew to the corporate party. And I had no one to babysit my daughter. My wife still was on a staff development training course. A couple of weeks before, our department flew to a big meeting in Moscow where we discussed our department restructuring program. It all turned out to nothing as usual, but I am not here on this. I flew back with her sitting next to me. Yes, she was very nice to me. So, there was nobody but the two of us in the empty office. Stay tuned, it's coming. She sent me an email invitation to the sauna she had arranged in the hotel for us. She wrote to me, because of piquantness of the situation and because of my self-doubt. Yes, the girl was so nervous, she was shaking in her shoes. Then she spontaneously switched to English, where I was, welcome to join, but it's up to you to find a pretext to put this off till a better timing if you feel it this way. No hard sale, no hurt feelings. No hidden catch, no strings attached. And then she switched back to Russian. Just I am all alone, you're all alone too. Fuck me naked. Stunned, I immediately wrote her back, I am in. I avoid saying no to a woman in the first place, except the very, very exceptional cases. I just don't like to hurt them. Sure, it never occurred to me to prick up my ears and put all this off. Would you? Being a healthy and normal guy? Exactly. And that was my big mistake. Anyway, I said my daughter at home that I was going with our drivers to Banya, the Russian sauna. I took a shower at home. Yes, I was going to the sauna, but, you know. To calm down a little bit I had a little brandy before I left. On my way to her, I bought some good wine and by the appointed time I was there. Well, I am not going to draw a detailed picture here. I will just say that, everything was romantic. Well, she was a little bit stiff, but, hell, it was for the first time after all, I was excited too. She wouldn't let me get carried away in the sauna, but when it came to sex in her room it was, I suppose, a small shock I had experienced with her. I have never been with a virgin girl in my life, but the feeling I had I was dealing with the one right then. I somehow managed to bring her up to copulation, but sex with her was a disaster. Sure, I would never want to see her again. Perhaps I would have forgotten her for good, but, as you'd see later, she wouldn't let me go that easy. The most unusual thing in all this was her invitation. I wrote in my private part of my blog on this unusual event, that's why I remember our restaurant and sauna dates. Interestingly, at the end of that entry, I added, I only fear that if I fall in love with her, definitely nothing good will come out of it. That meant I saw that something was wrong with her. I didn't know what it was yet, but it was for sure. And I haven't heard from her for quite a while. That was it, no strings attached. I had some lengthy affairs without love before her. So, nothing special was going on. So far. After she had left the company we wrote some meaningless causal emails to each other. Actually, she was writing mostly, I was only responding. She might have some feelings to me, I had none. She would also send me different photos like the ones with her lovely cat. We all do that. But one day she sent me a letter with the attached pictures and a strong warning to open them carefully with nobody around me. The attached photos were glamorous, some messed up with Photoshop, portraits of hers. She was nude in some of them. Soft home porno style, not too obscene though. You might be surprised, but even then I did not come to any excitement. I had seen better. Nothing to be impressed with: short legs, small breasts with sticking out brown nipples. But neither was I alerted to it. Not again. Maybe, because she was far away from me. Well, she was without a job for a while and bored. It happens to everyone. That's the way I reacted to this. That was my fucking big mistake. Yet another one. This my increased tolerance to people backfired on me. She had obviously tried to get my attention. Actually, she should be more careful with this kind of photos. What if these photos were in the wrong hand? What she was thinking, sending these photos? Did she even understand that by sending them she in fact had trusted somebody with her fate? I mean, I wouldn't do anything to take advantage of this, but one should never forget this: nothing that ever gets to internet passes into nothingness. It just waits in the wings. What if she had sent them to someone else? Okay, I didn't care. Anyway, I don't remember how long it was lasting this way. Maybe a year and a half, nothing much was happening. Without much enthusiasm, we corresponded back and forth. And then she suddenly turned me on. She made me really horny. During these correspondences, she once in a while would get hot and express some sensual desires which I ignored at the time, but during that one of these outbursts, the intensity of which kept growing, she suddenly so colorfully painted that the rather bloodless sex we had after that sauna that I suddenly got turned wacko. Fuck me. I was totally fucked up in the head. So was she. She did it. She finally did it. She totally loosened me up. I went off the scale. Our overshared desires during these epistolary sessions reached to the point when she finally got really scared and tried to slow it down a bit, but I was all geared up already. I am not going to write about all this shit. What are you thinking? I am crazy enough to write this story? What the hell was I thinking? Anyway, now I was dreaming of seeing that girl, and I saw she felt the same. And now I felt I began to fall in love with her. In fact, we had even agreed to meet and even managed to meet, but nothing ever goes as planned. I was with my daughter and she was with her husband, so we didn't even try to do anything. Actually, she wanted to take me away to a local waterpark with a nice private sauna in there, but I didn't want to leave my daughter alone with her husband. He was a nice guy, but there was something about him I didn't like. But the idea of seeing her never left me. She was no longer a buddy, she was an object of my sexual desire. It was then, I believe, at a distance, for the first time we had a serious fight. It was she who had seriously turned me on, and then, seeing the situation getting out of control, she decided to stop any kind of communication with me as if it was my fault. Here we go. Her message was, "I'll start if I want to, and you will respond. If I don't want, don't even think about it, you dirty bastard." Much later she wrote to me about that. "I wanted to try it to see if I like it, I didn't. And I was to blame. My blame was that I kinda like it. But it was she always who started all this. Weirdo. Invoking in people desires, then blaming them for being responsive to it. For a while, we didn't communicate at all. That was a chance to leave her alone for good. I didn't. Yet another fucking big mistake. We gradually resumed our cautious correspondence. And a couple of times, at least, we would end up in the same shit again. Once it was really me who started it when I wrote something, I don't remember what, and she got turned on and she wrote that she felt wet down there, and the second one it was initiated by her when she, all of a sudden, asked me if I wanted to be the father of her child. She even was willing to come to my town. That was for the first time when I got alerted. I wrote nothing back to her. And after a while, this letter came from her: "Take it easy, my dear. I did not plan to come to make a baby with you, just wanted to give my appreciation of you, of what you have always been trying to be for me. Thanks to you I know better what I want and what should be focusing on. You are the first man in my life who I confessed what I felt was going fatally wrong with me. I have never discussed this with my husband, staying in one bed with him for 17.5 years. I know this is crazy, but this is not driving me constantly nuts anymore. You will always be my number one regardless of whether you choose not to ever talk to me anymore. Love you." She just had turned me into a fucking doctor, using me to cure her hang-ups. I should never have resumed any relationships with her. She didn't have that cynicism towards me yet. She even said she loved me. It was still to be manifested in full, but it was her first recognition what she needed me for. Later she would be accusing me with my consumerist attitudes towards my friends. And this lady says it's not nice picking one's nose. See. I think after a short while we did start yet another excitatory correspondence once again, which ended just as bad. After that, even my most timid overtures would be either ignored or brutally, savagely stopped by her. If I knew her as good as I know her now, I would have figured that she was seeing or in love with someone else. This time she would take no exception to even my innocent compliments. After one such jokingly flirting with her, she gave me her last warning, and that angered me. What did she think the kind of a lady she was? Her last warning. For the first time, I regretted that sauna, that restaurant I had asked her out to. What the hell has possessed me to do so? I wasn't attracted much to her. Well, I'm not saying that if I had not asked her out to a restaurant she wouldn't have asked me out to a sauna. Perhaps she had yet another appetence or some kind of acute conditions. She might be intensely breaking away with somebody, but the chances for this could be less. Much less. Now I think that in both cases she acted sincerely. It was for the first time when I thought I might be dealing with a borderline personality disorder case. When she was turned on and wanted some sex, I should respond to it right then, and she took it for granted. But I had no right even to think about it. How dare I treat her this way, the dirty bastard? As I have said, I never said no to a woman in order to avoid hurting one. Maybe I should have said no to her sauna, resent her photos, be wounded in my deepest affections to her erotic desires she was so eagerly expressing. How many sleepless nights I would have provided to her and saved mine. I suspect, however, that there were those who said no to her, not being the beautiful, and there were enough sleepless nights without me, I guess. Anyway, now I knew the real hatred to her for this last warning. Now the problem was that we had to see each other soon. We had to work together again. So many years I was dreaming about it. And now for the first time, I didn't want to see her. And I wrote to her about it. That she was banned for good in my emails. I really didn't know how I was going to act when I would see her. Actually, I should have noticed, which I did not, that something went wrong between us. For example, I didn't pay attention to the fact that she used to end all her letters with the word love and then she stopped. And she no longer was sending emails that often she used to. In the beginning, I always forgot to congratulate her on her birthdays and things like that. She resented that. That was something she'd never forget on me, and would have her husband create some funny videos and send them to me, and I'd forget to thank her for that or even open them to read. When I finally got myself straightened out on that and no longer missed her birthdays, she ceased to do that. This I recall now. But I didn't pay any attention to that either. She was settled down in the same cottage I was staying at right in front of my room. I was dodging her. She had made friends already with many, some liked her at once, surprise. And here we go. The next morning she comes into the office. Joyfully she says hello to the boss she finally sees in so many years. They hug. She comes up to me, we both hesitate to hug, just saying reserved hello, shaking our hands. She was smiling. I give it to her. She had a lot of nerve smiling at me, albeit with some traces of uneasiness, I'd say. What if I bucked or snapped at her in front of everybody? What would she do? She smiled, and I felt that I could no longer pout at her. Damn. This is it. This is her charm, for which we all loved her. I immediately forgave her. I forgave everything. And my bad mood was gone at once. We hugged. And it felt good. And my mood stayed good till the end of my hitch with her. Had we something going on between the two of us? What do you think? I have been waiting for this for so long. Her door was right across to mine. The moment we made up, she said, she was shocked and suffered very hard on being banned by me, that her libido went down to 0. She repeatedly told me about it with a clear condemnation. She obviously did not like being dumped. And she revenged. Oh, how she revenged. But that was later. In the meantime, our next hitch was even better. I helped her with her morning reports. I would take her home. I was protecting her. Now it was my turn to draw and keep her attention. She, in turn, made it clear that she only was doing a favor having sex with me, sometimes with pleasure. I finally found what she liked the most, that she had no special attraction to me. She was not in love with me anymore, so I shouldn't indulge myself a vain hope. I ate my leek. Sex was not the most effervescent thing I had with her, but it had something special in it. Yes, I had a feeling that it was very close. So, she must have been paying me back for hurting me, returning favors for morning reports I was doing for her, for those attacks on me in her fit of frustration. It was obvious I was irritating her now. How it was different from her treating me back in that previous big company we used to work together. It was unbearable. On the last night of her hitch, she just kicked me out of her room in her bad mood. Later she had texted me that I was too sensitive. Phooey. She had said fuck off. So what? I wish I just tried to kick her out this way, like, get the fuck out of here, one of those days, and see if she liked it. It didn't even occur to me that all this was because of Pete, a newly hired translator who just came along, who was 10 years younger than me, with whom she used to be in love with and whom she just had her boss hired. Despite all of this, in the last morning of her workday I made her morning reports, most of it, and translated in the morning meeting she was supposed to and almost never did. On my days off I constantly texted her first and then emailed. I had forgotten about that ban, of course, and I regret that. Enough was enough. She would answer once to my dozen emails at the most. I would send photos I had taken at work, her portraits, photos of our friends, some of my own precious selfies as well. I started to learn Adobe Photoshop and sent pictures with me in Hong Kong or in front of a Ferrari luxury car. There was no question of flirting with her, but if she wants to find a pretext to fight, she will. I am an incorrigible fool and I write a lot of nonsense, and I wrote to her about my ex-girlfriend, who kept calling me and with whom I used to be in love with. And she had fits of rage. No, I am not going to quote all that shit she wrote to me. Totally delusional. I caught it for my photos as well, you driving me bonkers with your glamour pictures. I have already made you a warning that I wasn't enjoying your acts of self-admiration. Warning again. These same pictures I was sending to the others as well, and I asked them maybe something was abnormal with what I was doing with my photos. No, said they, everything was okay. Keep sending, they said, your Photoshop mastery level is growing up. Anyways, that was her who started all this. It was she getting me going with sauna, her nude pictures, and her sensual letters. Well, here I was exactly where she wanted me to be. Now she had done all to put out my warm feelings to her. It seemed to have worked. And what about her? What about her? That's the way it ended up with all her former boyfriends, that's what she was saying. I went back to work. Couldn't get her out of my mind, just kept thinking about her. This lady, as I said, was unusual in many ways. She was very quick to fall in love, must have fallen in love with perhaps all of her bosses and had probably screwed a lot of them. All her stories, though, had ended badly with them, or with nothing at best. One of her bosses, after having a short affair with her, preferred to marry a waitress from a local restaurant, took her to America, and now they live happily ever after. Yet I have never seen such a crass and morbid sexual restraint as hers. Ever. However, she was not frigid. When I got it down right, I had managed several times to bring her close to orgasms. She said that she never had orgasms with the partners, she was shy. But she had ways to run out of juice alone. Relations with her were accompanied by regular shocks. Starting from the time when she unexpectedly seduced me. With the frantic initiative coming from her, the sex just had to be very enchanting. But it never has been, not from the very first time in the sauna where I had experienced an epic failure. Instead, she just wasn't getting my motor running. On the contrary, she would constantly suppress my originally high level of libido down in me. And I had a very hard time to overcome all this and bring it to coitus. And the follow-up dates with her required the same incredible amounts of efforts to overcome this. It was fucking exhausting, I'd say. I realized that the problem wasn't with me, but once in a while, I had that creeping doubts, what if it was me, if I was, getting old. These thoughts must have caused once a failure with my wife at home. That was something unbelievable. My wife took it easy, by the way. She thought the rotational works we had long been estranged must have caused it. Interrupted stability, damn it. Fortunately, as it turned out, that fight with my girlfriend, which, I admit, I was coming down hard, has put me up to a lot of things. No doubts there are exemplary husbands who never cheat on their wives. My cousin is one of them and always been proud of it. I am proud of him too, and a devil plays his trick on me every once in a while, but I am not a two-bit whore either, just a normal human being. If I get a kick out of somebody, it will come to stay with me, and I bear heavily any kind of separations. And this time I was being down by having myself used, abused, and refused, and I didn't see that I had secret admirers out there at Worktown as well. They were heavily hitting on me at a party, maybe because I was a little better than the others staying on my feet. They kept calling me out to dance. One of them, not the prettiest but surely the most vigorous one, dragged me out, upstairs into my office. Honestly, as drunken as I was, I still didn't want to expose a cottage I was living in and she was asking for. I was drunk and honestly warned her that it might not work out. With this one it didn't work when I even was straight as a judge. Might not my ass, she said. With her, everything would work out just fine. That wasn't what she was netting me for. For so fucking long. Might not work out? We'd just see about that. I haven't had such incredible sex for many years. I am a very liberated person myself in this regard. For me everything except S&M pedo homo is acceptable. And she provided me the whole all-inclusive set that very night. The rest she had promised me for the next time. I was just afraid to ask her of what on earth she meant by the rest she still had left for me. What we hadn't tried yet. And she did the unthinkable. Squeezed 2 orgasms out of drunken me. And she was happy too. She appeared to be a primary school teacher and she looked like a very strong-looking woman, and I found that I understood nothing in this life anymore. Next morning I woke up all excited. I was dreaming that we, the several couples, played the hide-and-seek game and I, the blindfolded, was catching women. I was holding the one in my hands and tried to guess whom I had just caught. The kick was that we played all naked. That's why I woke up all excited. And then I realized that I was alright, and I was surprised to catch myself that I was no longer thinking about that unusual lady. Just in the day said I had noticed that there was a very nice woman at the store I was buying a bottle of Coke staring at me, and I immediately knew what I needed to do next. It felt good. Really good. Until this one came back to work. This time she, smiling as always, came up to us and started talking to my boss, standing up very close to him, almost whispering something to his ear in confidence, showing off a little bit, and then she went past me with such a demonstrative ignore towards me. Take fucking that. Not that I had hoped for something else. Well, that part she played great. Very artistic. And I was having the impression that we were being watched by everyone in the hall. Nonsense, of course. But my mood, being constantly down all this time, was totally messed up from bad to worse. And I still had a meeting to translate for my boss. While I was translating, stumbling and bumbling words, she again dropped into our office for a friendly wave to the one who in fact was talking to my boss right then, and I was translating for him. I shortly wrote her not to overdo it. And I found myself in a new quality, I would say. I'd never been jealous to nobody. Maybe because I never had loved that much, and those whom I loved, they had not given me any reason to be jealous. Maybe because I was just confident, hadn't felt any real competition so far. But I had been lucky, and I kept telling my friends with the dignity that I wasn't a jealous kind of a person. Fuck, I turned out to be wrong. Interestingly, when being jealous, the craziest outrageous suspicion things build their logical chains. It's just a horror. My ex-friendess, to whom I finally had my real feelings waked up, and whose, on the contrary, has burned out on me, and we had to part to the most dramatic way, and I was coming down really hard on this. Even some short whoring that turned up at Hall's had a little help on me. But it had become much worse with her back at work. And I lost my sleep and appetite. Now everything that was associated with her was causing me not just pains but non-healing burns. Even the fact that she now began to look better and slimmer was upsetting me even more than before, when she was still mine, just as far as she would allow herself to be mine, and now she wasn't mine at all, and the better she looked for someone else, the worse it felt for me. Well, I was fixing myself a cup of tea in our boss's, to whom the beautiful translated, office waiting room, when the 2 guys stormed in. I know she liked them both. They were all young, good looking, and with a promising future. One stayed in the waiting room while the other closed the door behind, and they whispered. And they made sure there was no boss in the office before they had come. And I was about to finally start to calm down. Right before this moment I was even flirting a little bit with our secretary, who wore a provocatively short dress that day. And now this. Later on, this lady Carmen walked down the hall looking up triumphantly at me, passing up and down in the office, and slightly nodded at me when passing, as if again, saying "take fucking that," to me. Okay, I have managed to collect myself somehow. Well, they whispered behind the closed door. What a big deal. She left early that day. Normally she stayed a lot longer, even after her boss shuts down, to talk to someone on Skype. I immediately linked the one to another, that's why they whispered. Anything is possible for a sick imagination. On my way home I bought some food for her totem cat. When approaching the house I noticed there was no light in the next door room where that guy stayed, let's call him Mike, who had been waiting in the office waiting room while the other talked behind the closed door. That was normal, he'd never come early, busy with increasing the oil production. The light was turned on and off in the kitchen. There was some kind of hastiness in all this. I saw her boots and someone's pair of shoes inside. It was quiet in her room. But the sound coming out of her room was similar to the one she was producing when I was, in her room of course, diddling her up. In fact, she could make such a sound when she was sleeping on her back. But why would she sleep? While I was taking a shower, I was in a hurry, I didn't like what was going on at all, someone had jumped out of our house. When I came out of the shower, the pair of shoes was gone. As if I had scared them away. At situations like this brains fail to work properly. If I put myself in her shoes, would I sleep myself with someone else having my crazy ex somewhere close by? I certainly would not have taken any chance, and, if too impatient, I would at least have tried it elsewhere. And she was even more cautious than normally I am. In the meantime, I was going nuts. So I went out to the cottage dressing room in case the shoes were placed out there, and here comes in Mike. Lost something? He asked with his usual sarcasm. With the same sarcasm he used to say hello to her in the morning after our crazy nights, and she was sure that he knew everything about us. Of course, he knew. Why wouldn't he with such noise we were producing at nights? And I was sure he also knew that now we were at odds. This was catching everybody's eyes. That's what I thought at least. No, I just said embarrassed to him. He took off his shoes and put them in the same place where they were. Fuck. Those were his shoes all right? Now the light was on in his room. Since he entered his room he never left it. In fact, there were no signs that they ever communicated. Now then, when I had cooled down a bit, I thought it was good I hadn't done something rash. Perhaps I had fucking wound all this up, after all. Mike, I think, simply went to have dinner when I was in the shower. He was so young and good looking and just out from Moscow, why would he ever bother to fall for her? Then there was some kind of hullabaloo, the guys stormed in the cottage and she was warming up something for them in a microwave. Then all got quiet, they all were gone. I thought that she went with them. She didn't go anywhere. I regularly heard her coughing. Then somebody has called her, probably asking her out, and she said she wouldn't go anywhere. Sometimes I think I have caused problems for her as well. Perhaps she wished she hadn't done to me what she had. I wouldn't expect myself that all this would have caused such huge consequences to me. And yet, I still can't rule out that this shit had not taken place at all. Knowing how easily she falls in love, she might have invited him as well as she had me to the sauna once. Not a man would refuse to it. At that moment I still didn't know what a whore, in fact, she really was. When I came, so unexpectedly, she could show him the door in a panic while I was in the shower, knowing how delusional I was. She sure was going to bring me to schizophrenia. Later I think I figured out what in fact had taken place. She was all alone, all right. She was telling me she was bringing along special toys in case she was desperate. Do you know what I mean? I thought so. That's what happens when one coming undone. I would never want to be her husband. Even now when I was being consumed with jealousy. I knew her well enough to have reasons to be jealous. I think that her husband knows her even better. I think he has been aware of all of our relationships. She once mentioned that her husband had access to her emails, most likely he had been aware of our correspondence with her. He is as weird as she is. Even crazier than me, a perfect match for her. That's when I should have to really prick up my ears and stop off any relations with her. The most incredible thing with the two of them was that she never screwed him. I fucking mean that. That what she was saying to me, and that was beyond my comprehension, but partly explained why she was acting like this, seducing somebody at work. Again, I didn't know all I know now about her. Pete, when he learned her husband's zodiacal sign, he just knowingly said that all Pisces were masochists. He loved her, suffered from it all, and enjoyed it. What was amazing, that when we still had good relations, I almost had no jealousy towards her, no matter whenever she would give the look at other guys with me around and having a smack for somebody. I know I am a loco myself, but whenever I imagined her screwing someone else, it was back then, well before all this. Now this kind of things is totally unacceptable to me. I was getting really hot. Kinda made me feel better if I knew she felt good too. Once we texted, teasing each other with very sexual desires. She, as usual, had started this. She was getting more and more creative at that, and she asked me once how was I feeling about threesome sex, especially a woman with the two men. I said I was feeling good about that and I would die to try it with her someday. And she made it clear that she would like to try it too, and we even discussed the possible candidates for this. And we had even picked some particularly decent and reliable ones, in her opinion, persons as possible candidates for this. It was later I realized where, or, more precisely, who she got this idea from. And she was in love with that pretty boy she worked along with, too, but only platonically, as she put it. They had no sex, and it seemed to be true. The very idea of threesome sex got me so fired up that in a website I had found a local swinging family I had almost met. They never made it. They had a run-in on their way to me. I even texted her that I was about to try this soon. She called me on the phone, and for about half an hour she lectured me about how it was immoral and not good, and that I better should put it off. I listened to her shocked and couldn't even retort, and remind her whose idea it originally was. I wasn't the only one in the car. Our driver was taking me home from work. She was the one who in fact had planted that idea in me, and this very same person was saying it was immoral to me. We have a saying for this: you either take off your cross or put your pants on. Once she, working in the polar region, seduced a guy and bragged to me about it. Even sent his pictures to me. Amazingly, I didn't feel jealous at the time. Probably because I wasn't in love that much with her yet. Maybe because he was completely unfamiliar to me. I remember, though, that, when I learned that she one night came on a visit to one of her fellow interpreter whom I knew, I asked her please not to sleep with him. It would be very frustrating for me to know about it. She, probably, didn't like him herself. I think I even know why, because he had same the Oriental look like herself. She even was almost mad at me for it. Anyway, next hitch though, she emailed, bragged about him, inquiring her why all of a sudden she began to avoid him. She obviously enjoyed being run after. Such was her compensation. I'd dump you before you do that to me. I myself would get into the same trap of hers. I didn't know yet how often she would do that. Neither did I know that she had plans to get rid of me. I mean for good. To have me out of this company. Yes, she had plans on me again. So not all the time I was jealous to her, and I knew if the impossible would happen and we make it up again, I mean get all our relations completely restored to the point they were right before we broke up, I would again cease to be jealous, even if I loved her. So, there is no linear relations between the love and jealousy. It's not that simple. Probably I'd rather start to get turned on again at the thought of her being with somebody else. Now though, I would never dare to try to trick her into a threesome session. In fact, I have never suggested that. It was her idea. Well, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to give you an impression that she was the devil incarnate himself. Was she really so bad that there was nothing good in her? I always tell everyone that those absolute villains and saints are only in Bollywood and Hollywood movies normal people don't watch. Real life is more complicated. I mean, it's funnier than shit. And how come, if she was such a villain, I was hanging out with her for so long? I'll try to remember something good of her, throwing all my resentment towards her away. As I have already noted, she wasn't of any special beauty, therefore, whether consciously or not, She has developed such patterns of behavior that were pleasing to men. I didn't think back then that she was hitting on all of them, that's what she really did. Personally, I was falling for her quick responding to my jokes, whether they were good or not, with her trills of laughter. It was later when she regularly growled at me and my jokes like, "You have already said that," and systematically was putting me down. I really missed her treating me nice once. And it wouldn't take much for me, the Narcissus, to swallow the bait. And I have. Now then. That's right, she is a self-made lady, however, as a continuation of the same reason she never ever tried to con me out of my money. Sure, if I took her out to a restaurant or a cafe I'd always buy, but, again, she never had asked me for money, as a normal bitch would do to someone who'd crushed on her. Not even for a loan. No even concealed attempts to freak me over. Very good quality, I'd say. Once I jokingly offered her to buy her a mink coat. She, for a moment, had those little devils danced in her eyes, but she managed to refrain from her temptation. Girls. Tell me with your hand on your heart, could you refuse such an offer? If she'd only said yes, I would have had no choice but to put my money where my mouth was. With a little of her imagination, she could easily con me on the thick as two short planks stupid. I am always angry at people's stupidity. Especially at women's. I will never fall in love with a stupid one, even if she was beautiful. This kind of a woman never had it for me. While the other way around, one could just have it all right. This one, putting some feminine features aside, is an educated and smart lady. She never had annoyed me. She was fun to be with. Or take this episode for an example and you will understand why people still liked her. We had mice in our cottage. Maybe even rats. A lot of rats. Once I woke up because of their noisy tramping early in the morning. As it turned out, she, in the next room, was awakened by the same sounds too. And a serious question arose. We needed a cat? Or maybe I should find that black one which used to live in that cottage with previous owners and who, rarely though, would appear in front of our house. The present-day residents, some of them allergic to cats, wouldn't allow it to stay inside. And that poor thing kept on living on the streets and had its ears severely frostbitten. I must say I had often argued with her on many subjects and occasions. She was a typical fatalist and a conspiracy theorist. She always thought that we, the human being, were being manipulated by some forces, any forces from the secret behind-the-scenes plotters up to the Newman. She kept talking about all this, the backdoor plotting, and the Newman powers just testing us, wondering how well we all go through all these kind of tests. As simple as that. She never was able to explain to me, though, we were being tested by supernatural powers for what? Are they going to recruit us for something? Whom are they testing us for? Anyway, we needed a cat. We came after work with her, determined to find a cat. You'll laugh, but as we did go out and cried, "Kitty, kitty, kitty," and, wow! One of the two cats ran to us loudly meowing along the way. It turned out to be this black cat with frostbitten ears. So we let it in, cut a big piece of sausage for Noir, as she had just christened it, which was immediately devoured. Well. She went triumphantly on me, "You still think there are no powers up above us? We needed a cat and here it is. You still say it's an accident. Here we go again," thought I to myself, and once again, tiredly, I began to explain her the quantum uncertainty principles and how does it apply to our mortal lives? Nothing is written. In the meantime, Noir happily finished all his meals and stayed for the night. In the morning we did not take a chance to leave him inside. I gently but firmly put him out of the door. And he was gone again. "It took the huff on us," she would say. And mice, or rats, have gotten pretty brazen, sprawling everywhere in her room. Something big jumped out of her bag one morning. At the lunchtime, I went to take my clothes to the laundry and she told me not to bother to come back without a cat. And, wow! Just when I was leaving the house, our Noir, the frostbitten ear, sat by the door and meowed demandingly. I let him in, gave him some hamburger with cheese. He ate them instantly. I called up the girl, her order had been carried out. And she was happy too, further evidence that the higher forces are on the alert. By the way, she had told me that the number 2222 was constantly harassing her. Either on a clock face, train schedules, temperature sensors, etc. Just imagine how I looked at her while listening to all this BS of hers. She also liked to talk about herself being a witch, and a femme fatale being chased by men, as many friends later wrote to me about her. Well, I was not discouraged by that for sure. In fact, I had always been attracted to witches. There was a planned outage in the office that evening, and we with her went to the store to buy some cat food, litter, etc. She had plans to bath the cat since she had no idea where Noir was frigging around. There's a lot of cats hanging out at the dumpsters. Also, she cherished an idea that it would be great if our Noir the cat caught a mouse for a change, so it would be much easier to convince the rest of our cottage residents to keep the cat. And guess what? It all happened exactly the way she wanted. We fed the cat with nice feline delicacies, she bathed him all right, and the cat caught her a mouse in her room. Just like that. And the frostbitten killed the mouse professionally and very humanely, if you will, instantly breaking its spine. There was no suffering. When cats hunt for fun, they normally would enjoy their prey in full before they kill them. And this one, he did his best for us. Showing off a little bit. I took some pictures of the cat for presentation. And that was not all. Right after I took some pictures of the cat with its trophy, she showed me a missed phone call from the work, and the time of the missed call was, a drumbeat please. 2222. Now I wouldn't be surprised much to see her one day flying around on a broomstick. She had a black cat all ready to protect her. That's the kind of the way she was when in good mood. Perhaps, come to think of it, I could dig up some more good things out of her. And yet I'd better off stay away from her, for her own good. I would not bear yet another such an insult from her. Something really terrible would come out this time for that. It's better to leave her alone, if suffer she will, not from me anyway. I wish it stayed this way. But she had a better plan I had no idea about. The impossible had happened. On the last of my hitches day, I was still convinced that we had parted for good, we would never make it up. That's what I wrote to Natasha, a friend and former colleague of mine. That was the reason I was going to leave with my boss Graham that very afternoon. Normally I would be leaving the next morning, so I would spend the last night partying. But this is not for nothing that they say never. On that last day, I, as always, was busy finishing some urgent written translations. When I finished them, I was about to shut my laptop and go. The car was waiting for us. I saw the 2 messages from her. In the first message, she asked me when I was going to leave. In the second, she asked me out for champagne, and if I refuse, she wished me good luck. This was very her trademark move. Just like that fatal sauna invitation of hers, I have arranged a sauna for us, but if you won't go, I would understand, no hidden catch, no strings attached. Just as then, I accepted her invitation without any hesitation. I remember myself thinking with fear that I had almost missed her posts. In 15 minutes I was supposed to be going home with my boss. All this happened so unexpectedly and unpredictably. And I again predictably had fallen into her trap. And soon I will very much regret it. The only excuse for me was that I felt that I probably would never see her again. As a result of our brave managers, our company was facing financial problems. That was my fucking biggest mistake I ever made. On my way to the cottage, I bought 1 bottle of champagne and 1 of red wine and boxes of chocolates. All of this I left in her room. She wasn't there. Later I could hear her fiddling around in her room, and then she ran upstairs and knocked up at my door. It was clean and in perfect order in her room, and she smelled of expensive shampoo, gel, and creams. We drank champagne with strawberries she had bought at a local supermarket, and we talked and talked. Incidentally, I learned many interesting things from her. When I confessed to her on my fits of jealousy when she the other day was whispering alone behind a closed door with one of the key company engineers in her office, she said that there was an attempted coup taking place in the company which failed and her immediate boss, the CEO watchdog Robert, which had left the office that day with Graham to discuss the situation, was closely involved conspiring against his own boss, for which was an extraordinary shareholders meeting was convened, where they tried to dismiss him. That's what she was discussing with that engineer. I was shocked. I had a mixed feeling towards our CEO myself. The company financial and production performance steadily deteriorated along with the total theft and mess going on, and it would get anyone sick and tired, but this was a classic betrayal, the treachery. Well, like a teacher, like a pupil. I mean, this translator girl in a little later would prove that she was a perfect match, birds of his feather all right, for this rotten team. Leaping ahead, when the CEO had himself finally fired, they all gotten rid of all his loyal subordinates either. And this smart one, along with his smart interpreter, remained and was of the last ones to go. Having sex with her was not on my particular to-do list for that night. Up until she jumped on my lap. And I changed my mind. Then, still naked after sex we just had, she was reading Dostoevsky aloud for me. All this looked crazy, I know. Especially Dostoevsky. The real translators, damn it. Something definitely was wrong with her, and I, playing along with her like that, didn't look much better myself. Especially that I had never liked Dostoevsky. At that very moment, I think, looking at her still naked, tried to understand what it was that kept me, who at my over 50, who after 3 days of sex abstention gets really sick, sexually suppressed with her. Was it her body? I looked at her again. It wasn't perfect, but it was okay with me. I wasn't picky, much not at the end of my hitch, I wasn't. What was it then? Was it love I didn't feel towards her? I mean, I have tried, but it didn't work on her. No. Still. I know, love is a good ingredient for good sex, but not necessarily. Well. We must have been way too different. Whatever I needed to get turned on, like kissing her breasts or thighs, she thought it was disgusting, filthy and hideous. The trouble with her and her potential partners was that she tried to fit a square peg into a round hole. She wanted guys turned on just on her naked body, which wasn't perfect at her 40s. At that age, it takes a bit more than just keeping it shaved. If you invite somebody for sex, be at least relaxed a bit, do not kill the mood in the bud. She always did leave everything to a man and he would do the rest, if he is a right kind of a man, that is. At this point, I realized that I didn't want to be with her much longer. But she was ahead of me again, and it was a shame. But it will come a little later. In the meantime, she was saying that I was about to face yet another test, which I probably would never pass. It could be big money falling down on me, or something. Yeah, she had no idea on how soon I was about to face yet another test. Neither had I. And I had that strange feeling. Since I had her back, I immediately got myself reassured again. My jealousy had almost disappeared immediately. Further still, I had a feeling that I didn't like her anymore. She asked me not to write her anymore, and I had been banned in her emails. I didn't want that much either. Later I asked some people versed in the literature to tell me about Village Spanchikovo she was reading for me that night. First, everyone was surprised by her strange choice. They all said Dostoevsky had in every way better works than that. Did she look normal? I was asked in turn. I don't know. I think I was abnormal too if I was still messing with her. That retired GRU officer, her unrequited love at her previous work, must have seen through her and had not fallen to her frank promises. They have been trained to trap and see the traps. I left her early in the morning. I would never let myself stay up that late with her before, she was to work the next morning. But it was understandable. I might not see her again for rather a long time. If ever. She was as nice and gentle to me as only at the very beginning of our once serene romance. It was evident that she had been missing me too. That's what I thought. Wrong. Back home I received a letter from her with a message saying that I shouldn't get my hopes up too high, she just had an urge. Her very quintessential message was, "Hey, you're just a vibrator. Weirdo." She always has been this way. Now I had a strange feeling about her. Men certainly would like her, but whoever she gets to the bed, there will be a problem with them, they won't stay much longer with her, and I'd better off stay away from her either. Was she going to seduce somebody? I kept asking myself. Again, I still didn't know all things I was hearing later about her, otherwise I would never ask this, since I would know for sure she would. In fact, she had a plan to get rid of me I didn't know yet. Because she could not seduce anybody openly with me around. Especially this time she felt uneasy with me close by, no flirting, no chuckling. Well, there were some candidates, take a newly hired warehouse employee for example. By all measures, he would suit her. He was younger than me. Spoke good English too. But would she be a perfect match for him? I don't know. She always takes the initiative in her hands, just like she had with me, otherwise, she'd never get it with guys like us. It would be interesting to observe. I just thought about how I would have reacted to that if I knew she was fucking someone. I never had much control over her, but it would be much more unpleasant for me to learn about this when I was at odds with her. There were plenty of men and a short supply of women out there, and she was good. It was a real paradise for a woman of her kind. Don't get me wrong, she looked good for her age, about 5 years younger than she really was, but she, with her strong oriental appearance, was kind of a recherche girl. By the way, I'm sure that she, deep within, hated herself for her oriental appearance. It was evident in how she was distancing herself from people of her kind. I had seen this kind of things already with my cousin long before. In a strange way, it was manifested in her periodic eruptions of anti-Semitism. I, being a tolerant person, could put up with many of her shortcomings, but these. No racism, nationalism, and anti-Semitism with me around. Period. Well, she also was in the mood to lechery, and she didn't hide it from me. The fact was that she had been treating me not as her lover, not even as a friend of hers, but as her sis, or as one of her female friends she could share with this kind of secrets. And, amazingly, when she was sharing with me her victories over her boyfriends, it didn't make, again, my nose swell back then. Or when, at this work, she would express her concerns that she might go sleeping around, go hand to hand as she had put it, and it sure would undermine her reputation. One day, she asked me what she should do if Robert, her boss, suddenly showed up. It was clear to me that she, in fact, had just said, "I want him one day to pay me a visit." I told her then not to worry about it, that he was too old for that, thinking at the same time about her vova. What kind of a man is he, living all these years with her and not fucking her? He is not likely to be an impotent. There must something very psychological going on between the two of them. The result was that a girl, not being overly, to put it mildly, sexual in nature, was constantly dreaming of whoring, of men. Or had he completely flipped his lid because of her? No wonder if he had. Thus, I had all the prerequisites to part with her. But with all this hearts and flowers, I wanted to do it gently, not to hurt her. What an idiot. All I had to do was to terminate all my relationships with her right there. Besides, I'd seen more and more clear that, although there were no obvious borderline personality disorder signs in her, such as suicidal behavior, still, there were some. But I had some more pressing things at hand to worry about. A little while after I came back from my work, I all of a sudden started having a problem with my left eye, retinal separation, half of my vision was gone, my wild youth after effects, which required an urgent surgical intervention, and I immediately flew to another city. Well, it went more or less successfully. I came back home. During this time, We had renewed our cautious correspondence. Once again. I felt down. My wife went to visit my daughter, she was missing badly. All I needed was a little compassion from somebody, and sometimes she was very good at that. Correspondence was neutral in nature, but one day to please her I wrote that I remembered with pleasure her reading me Dostoevsky at that last night of ours, and she started bombing me with his quotations and extracts. Well, I was not much of Dostoevsky's fan, as you know. I had tried to read him once. A lot of crap threading, and I am good at doing that myself, as you see. Anyway, it didn't bother me much as long as it kept her happy. At least she thought she was culturizing me, and she wasn't loading me much with her own epistolary now. That used to be tougher than Dostoevsky himself, I'd say. That's when she struck again. All of a sudden she wrote me on how she was discussing our relationship with Pete, on how she was winding me around her little finger and I was standing up in front of her like a little doggy, and how he was reacting to it, a real nincompoop what he called me. Well, I thought to myself, good for her, she is having yet another shot of endorphins. I said no comments on that, hoping she would stop it right there. But it was only beginning. She was running away. After a short while she came up with yet another letter saying that I shouldn't take any offense, she was only quoting Dostoevsky. I didn't mean to bore you with all her writing, not everyone will master this muddy stream of consciousness, but, here's some of it. Radek, don't take offense on me teasing you as kowtowing to me, I just could not resist quoting my fancied Dostoevsky. Uncle Vova, Mark Schneider 17, that is yet another character of Dostoevsky. I learned recently from Lydia that he had lost his daughter and a grandson in a crash of a plane flying from Anapa in 2006. My approach is, that only those deserve any attention and respect who have been through a serious challenge in this life, not the ones who were brought up in a greenhouse, who didn't know real grief and have never cleansed their souls with suffering. It's not masochism what Peter attributes to me. After all, how else one can understand the suffering of our neighbor if one never been through it? Or if we don't put ourselves in somebody else's shoes, not thinking about ourselves for a while, abstracting from our feelings and assumptions. And here is great Dostoevsky out there who penetrates into the depth of human soul and brings the grains of truth. We don't feel them because they are deep in the subconscious, up to the surface. There is perhaps no need to dig deep. It's really one step ahead to the psychiatric hospital. So don't judge me harshly. Even if I was cruel to you, I didn't mean to do it on purpose to hurt you. I'm sorry for not being able to return your feelings. It is better to forget me. Do not suffer in vain. You deserve more than that. I rest my case, a typical BPD symptom. And here comes her Dostoevsky now, and once again I asked a question, do I love her? And once again I was not able to answer. That is, it's better to say, once again, for the umpteenth time I said to myself that I hated her. Yes, I hated her. There were the minutes, each time at the end of our conversation, that I would give half of my life to strangle her. I swear, if it was possible to slowly sink a sharp knife into her chest, I would have done it, I think, with delight. In the meantime, I swear to all that is holy, if at Schlangenberge, the fashion point, she had really said to me, throw yourself down, I would immediately have done it, even with pleasure. I knew it. One way or the other, but it had to be resolved. She understands wonderfully, and the thought that I was quite rightly and clearly aware of all of her inaccessibility for me, all the impossibility to fulfill all my fantasies, this idea, I'm sure, brings an extreme pleasure to her. Otherwise, if she could, cautious and smart, be with me in such a short candidness. I think she still looked at me like that ancient empress who was undressing at her slave presence, considering him not being a person. Yes, she was a lot of times thinking I wasn't a human being. You see? She wished I had jumped out of the window for her. You fucking wish. And I said yes, for the sake of God. If she thinks she will never have that urge again, she obviously had picked up someone else. What feelings she couldn't return she was writing about? She got it all right and responded quickly. She said that even if she would have that itch again, she would be on alert this time, sure she had someone else now, a little slut, that it might not work out again and I shouldn't have rubbed her nose into that sauna in the first place. She never got it? She just didn't get it? My resentment was that one day she is like, hey, let's go to the sauna. The next day, hey, take it easy, I had an urge. What did she think I was? Maybe I am an old-fashioned guy, maybe every married woman asks a married man out to the sauna just to have a good time. What was wrong with that? My message was we were both guilty to say the least. Had it not been for her sauna invitation, nothing of this would have happened. Opportunities were there and she took it, we both did. But, no, she won't take credit for that. I wrote, well, screw you. The real bunny boiler case. Anyway. Now she apparently saw that she had overshot herself again and began to call me to 17 Mark Schneider, that's how Robert would call him, it came from the work Mark Shader, what meant surveyor. The guy of a retirement age, well over 65 years old, which irritated many at work, but the company kept him and Julia fell in love with him, because, drum beat please. He reminded her that ex-GRU guy from her previous work. If that one looks like this one and she loved him for that. Well, then she really needs some help. Both of my cell phones and wrote explaining things. I never returned her phone calls and started setting my mail services to ban her for good. It took a little while for me to figure out all the settings before I could stop her messages flowing. Trying to patch up what she had done, she wrote me on her last email that she just wanted to let me know that there was a chance for this company we both were working for to go broke soon and I should find a better place to work. That's why she was calling me. Right? This company has been having financial troubles at least for the last 6 months and she decided to tell me that Queen Anne was dead. At least she tried to save her face. Nice try, girl. Now I think that was her maybe subconscious you should go message for me. There was no better place and she knew that not any company paid as good as this one. That's why she took this job I helped her with. And she started implementing her plan on me. My next move was I wrote her that I didn't know who had mentally crippled her, I might guess though, she was mentioning her elder crazy brother now in jail, who might have molested her, but she had in turn already done that to her husband and I was meant to be right next in line. And she wrote to me, fuck you. Bang on. I even couldn't help laughing. But I didn't laugh, I was at a total loss when I got a letter from her husband where he said that all her incoming letters and texted messages, to her corporate cell phone, were being moderated by him, and all personality attacks and insults would be no longer tolerated, otherwise all respondents would be banned. Oh. We were being moderated for how long? Fuck me. I remembered that she had once mentioned that he had access to her mail. It sounded so incredible that I didn't give due consideration to that fact. I should have. For how long has all this been moderated by him anyway? From the very beginning? Then he should know better who has started all this. I remembered our most intimate letters with her that she always instigated, and I vividly responded to them and gladly played along. What the fucking idiot I was. I remembered how she shared our relationships with her colleague and then with me about his reaction. Now this with her husband. She was fucking sick. They both deserved each other. What freaks. What mentally crippled ones I was dealing with. I must say that all this started to cause a post-surgery relapse to me and I was sent for medical re-examination with possible subsequent surgery. I thanked her for that and immediately her watchful wanker husband, the moderator, like a rabbit out of a hat, popped up with his warning red lights. Now I was trying to shake those freaks off my mind. Crazy, yuck. And go on living my normal life. Later she had sent me a threatening letter to show my letters to her boss. And also called me a coward and a dirty dog. What was I going to do with her? She, having one email account for two with her husband, was regularly asking me out for a date, sending me the nude pictures of hers I never asked for. And now she was threatening me. What was she thinking? Would a normal human being ever do that? I thought she had known that I still had those pictures of her, but I was not going to threaten that much shit. I was not. Okay, I only hope that would pass too. The nastiest thing of her behavior, if she is really sick, it's another matter, but I am not sure about that yet, was that she chose to have it out at the most vulnerable for me period after my first eye surgery and having her husband involved. What kind of husband he is if he never sleeps with her, and, besides, she said to her bosses that she was single. This sadist girl was having her husband, who, as it turned out, was already aware of our affairs, make greeting videos on my birthdays. And other my significant events that I, to be honest, never viewed. Then she was in love with me, and so she was showing her affection. And during this conflict, she had set him against me to defend her sacred right to cheat on him. Anybody would love to have such a husband. I believe that this was pretty much the cause for my eye trouble relapse, and for another, a very expensive, operation in that eye. To make matter worse, I still managed to contract adenoviral conjunctivitis, especially dangerous in this particular case. My roommate had confidently said that it obviously was a spell someone was bringing on me. To what I said, if I had believed in that shit I would even tell who would do that. Maybe she even would love to take credit for that, I don't know. She always been proud to consider herself a real witch. Well, my eye doctor Anastasia, the beautiful woman and a great person too, strongly recommended me to go for another eye surgery operation, with a warning though that the clinic had run out of quotas. They were short of hands and they might turn me down. I should try other cities and shouldn't wait too long. Timing was crucial. Great. The Ekaterinburg Eye Clinic was overcrowded with patients alright lined up to the limit for the surgery up to the end of the next week, but, since my situation was bad and urgent, in a few days there might be a hole in their very tight schedule, so I checked in a nearby hotel to wait. In the hotel, my eyes started to inflame as if something had gotten in there. However, the doctors decided that they could do the surgery and I didn't want to take a chance and miss the only hole in their schedule. So they did it as scheduled. A few days after that, my good eye, because of that inflammation, started to look worse than the post-surgery one. Anti-allergic pills and drops had been assigned. It was the summertime beginning with everything blooming around, and the pollen was likely to have caused an allergic reaction. It was weird, I never had any allergic reaction to pollens before. Anyway, on my returning day things have become worse. I was waiting on a cab to the train station with my not just tears but mucus as well gushing from my eyes. With an unbearable sharp pain I went upstairs to the nurses and almost howled in despair, please do something, I almost see nothing, I can't open my eyes. And I ran down again. There was my stuff left downstairs and the taxi could have arrived. There was not a taxi yet, and I was approached by a doctor with a nurse who took me to his room. After a quick look he said I had contracted adenoviral conjunctivitis. He wrote down eye drop prescriptions and back to his nurse, we can't keep him here with his conjunctivitis. And off I went, with my eyes closed. I took to the station. God only knows how I managed to find a drugstore to get my prescribed drops. A young family with a child helped me to get to my train. Thank you, guys. Back at hometown, Anastasia went on with her intensive treatment, administering yet another half a dozen drops and with daily injections, coming out for me on her Saturdays and Sundays as well. And there was no hot water at home and my wife still at our daughter's place. Maybe it was good. She wouldn't be of any special help to me anyway, and my mood was really bad, worse than ever, thanks to that possessed bunny boiler nutcase. It was better for her to stay away from me. I seemed to be recovering from conjunctivitis, my eyes no longer hurt that bad, but my vision was not restored completely yet. Sometimes it did for a short time only. But I had hopes. My vision was not just my work, it was my life as well. When finally my long-suffered eyes came back to normal, I, at the end of the summer, went back to work. Having missed my work, I was entirely absorbed in it, and after hours I would always go home. No drinking this time. The vulnerability is a terrible thing for a man. I would say, and my vulnerability, I hope temporarily, was very depressing. In fact, I had not much I was good at, but being protective, a guard if you will, was one of my few things. Even my wife once said that she always felt as safe as houses with me around, and her word's worth a lot since she rarely praised me. Not that I loved to fight since my childhood, but I sure knew how to do it. I grew on the street and street was a good teacher. Now, to keep my left eye safe, I would have to avoid acute situations, or, well, what the heck. I would act cowardly whenever I see a pack of running wild hoodlums on the streets. I would try to avoid them. I was despising such persons myself not so long before. Now I think maybe some of them were carrying along like this because of some vulnerability acquired by them due to aging, accidents, and who knows what else. Anyway, after work, I would go home, have dinner, browse the internet and go to sleep. That was about it. After a few days, the possessed one came along and settled down in the same cottage with me. We were flatly ignoring each other. It was annoying though that she was carrying on with her usual, not put on, cheerfulness. Obviously, she made friends with all and she seemed to be running the show as one of us through and through. Like things have gotten even better without me here around. Impunity prevails. Did she always get away with this kind of things? Drag somebody into bed whenever it falls into her mind and no questions later, never mind. I just had an itch. If you don't leave me alone, I'll set my husband against you. He is a good boy, understands everything. All she was doing to men was all ass backward ways and still getting away with that, with her forgiving husband she never slept with, call boys, co-workers she was in unanswered love with. And she just kept getting away with that. The oil man's day office party was thrown in the company new cottage. I went to the party too. Reluctantly. If you are an oil production engineer, you should know how good they are at celebrating their professional holidays, especially if you are working in Western or joint oil producing companies with mostly young and ambitious engineers and managers working in there. It would be a real rock star's party. The food was, as usual, fantastic. There were 5 kinds of barbecues and shish kebabs only if I am not mistaken, all kind of beverages and drinks you could think of, both for Russians and expats. The only expats at the party were the director and a consultant. Some employees came with their wives, so there were no strangers in there. I don't know how they were at Moscow's head offices, but normally there were not many women at oil man's corporate parties. So I wasn't very fond of this kind of parties. I mean, I wasn't stranger to the bottle myself. Still, I never liked senseless booze. UPS. Women, I guess, must have thought it was a paradise. This time I was there for an esprit de corps sense, for professional involvement. I was keeping in quiet out there. Translated when I had to. Clinked glasses for toasts, they kept saying. The people kept loosening up. And our star was having a really good time. I could hear her trills everywhere. You could see her chit-chatting with a warehouse manager, clinking a glass with the smiling expat consultant, coming in with a drilling supervisor laughing at something funny he must have just said her, and now again with that warehouseman. Do they sleep, I wonder? Vlad, the workover department head, sat down right next to me. I barely kept my sigh. Vlad was a good guy, but, when drunk, he becomes unbearable. It was particularly annoying that when he was getting real cockeyed and when everybody was in their height of relaxation, he would think it was a perfect time to discuss situation of his particular concern, well, which any extraordinary meeting would have been proud to resolve, giving real hell to a translator who is surely boozy himself too. Several times I had to stop this kind of sessions myself. Vlad, I would say, I understand that you are thrilled. You are having that irresistible urge to discuss it, but we will not solve the problem. We will not even remember what we talk about, but you making me mindless job and ruining the party. It's impolite, to say the least. Of course, he'd always feel hurt on anything like this. So I expected his reaction and I was ready for that. But what he said, I was expecting the least. Hey, Radek, he started, leave Julia alone. Please. My fucking blood started running cold. At the same time I had that miserable and long-forgotten feeling I used to have as a child when I knew that a serious mix-up was going to take place and I had just put on a brand new shirt for the school, or, when I was a little older, I was ferping a cool girl after a disco and had a guy I had just stolen a girl from, with his friends waiting for me. No, I was not drunk yet, but from now on I vaguely remember things. This fucking bitch not only had involved her so-called husband to have it out with me. She now was trying to set my fellow laborers against me. There she was in all her glory thanking me for the fact that I helped her to apply for this job. I remember it had crossed my mind it wasn't for the first time she had paid in the same coin when she attacked our common friend who had also helped her to apply for a major offshore project and babysitting her there as I was here. You little fucking bitch. I stood up knocking over chairs and off I went crushing the tables and dropping bottles on them like an icebreaker on my way to still laughing Julia, grabbed her by the arm and dragged her along back to Vlad. By the way, I had noticed that Julia was afraid of drunken men and although I wasn't aggressive drunk, not for the last 15 years anyway, she was afraid of me as well. Perhaps this also came from her abnormal brother. While I was dragging her along I don't remember her uttering a sound. She must have been silenced by shock and fear, I guess. Are you complaining about me to all or just to Vlad? Are you dear friends now? I must have said that too loud as all, despite the music still playing, turned to me. Vlad stood up and I, purely on impulse, on my psychomotorical agitation, clocked him so hard that he was thrown to one side and his glasses, to the other. He got up quickly and I was ready for him to fly on me but the guys intercepted him while the other group headed towards me but I avidly gestured them to stop and they did. Well, my gesture must have been very expressive. Who else thinks that I mistreated her? I violently shook Julia. All were silent. And I noticed those shocked expats with what the hell is going on look on their faces. I turned back to her. It's your husband you should fuck, not somebody else one's begging them to give it to you. Then you'd have your kids and bring your head back in order. I must have been saying something else when my eye lighted on her pantyhose long spots. Shit. I pushed her away fastidiously. She pissed herself. I was exactly calling this out loudly, shit. She pissed herself. I didn't know any better. I quickly left that house. I do not remember any expression on her face. The heat of my passion must have erased a lot from my memory. That very night I packed up all my stuff and left with the first bus in the morning. I don't remember if I ever had a sleep that night. I had no idea what was happening to her, nor did I care. A week later I had a phone call. That was her husband calling. I was wary, even had ringing in my ears. Julia had just jumped out of the window, all I remembered the ringing in my ear kept increasing. Well, I have recovered from a massive heart attack. Julia has pulled through too. The words on the streets were that she no longer lived with her husband, neither had she had a boyfriend. No kids. People say she is having cancer or something. Hope she will get well. She is good at that. Unlike me. None of those companies we had been working existed anymore. All for different reasons. One had gotten merged with an even bigger company and this one went broke. It had it coming with the kind management it had and with that total stealing and conflicts of interests taking place all the way to the top, etc. The management sucked. That's about it. What can I say? Of course, I am guilty too for all this, I don't even think to deny it. In the game and evolutionary theories, there is a tit-for-tat interaction phenomenon, like monkeys grooming or birds preening each other heads, where they can't get it on their own, where the cooperation is involved. The population on the whole benefits from it, though some species may be gaining and losing from it as well. There always will be cheaters and suckers, with altruism and cannibalism at their extreme forms, among them in the population. I am not going to venture into the wilds of the evolutionary stable strategy and bore you with that here. Just want to say that depending on the situation, demand for either of these groups may appear and their number, respectively, may increase or decrease. And here we had our roles. She was a typical cheater, and was a sucker. Sorry about that. My fault was that I always responded to all her crazy ideas and initiatives, for which I am paying for. Perhaps I am the last of the Mohicans. It is hereditary. My ancestors always were the first to volunteer to go to war, despite the reservations they already had at their hand, and get killed there. Our regime gladly accepted such a sacrifice, reducing the number of suckers in this country population. The result was that only cheaters, the corrupt and thieves remained in power, along with the cunning ones like she who had ripped off her relative of property to buy herself another apartment in the suburbs. Again, I'm not making excuses for myself, but I, at least, was being honest to myself and you, my dear reader. In fact, in real life, it ended up more prosaic and scary. Now I understand that Julia would get rid of me either by hook or by crook anyway. During my illness, Julia's impact on her bosses had grown immeasurably. And I, the fucking fool, just facilitated her in that. To the extent that for a long time I was thinking that Julia had nothing to do with me being out of my job. Like, it was only my fault. After the surgery, when I had recovered, I was going with my daughter to Turkey. The sea water is very good for the eyes, as my office had called me to go to work. I handed back my ticket, and learned that Peter 18 will be working on my hitch. I called Robert, her boss. No clear explanation on what was going on was given. He only informed me that the decision was made, and I would go to work on my next hitch. I tried to call this bitch, since I immediately figured out who was behind all this, and the girls in the office told me to. Actually, Peter didn't cope well with the job, and the office wasn't happy with him. My calls were never returned, of course. Okay, I thought, I'll have this all out when I am back. Again I took my ticket and went to Turkey. Before that, I posted this story, up to the moment where she jumps out of the window, in my blog, with the names changed, and, in fact, this story was presented as my sociopathic friend's story with my caustic comments to this. When I was from Turkey, I was shocked to see my post read by Graham. He even had put his like on it. And then I found that Graham decided to work with Peter. None of my calls and emails had been answered by Graham or Robert. In this case, I wrote to them, if they had fired the victim they should fire the cause as well. And I never communicated with anyone. Secretly 18 I was about to include him in my separate My Colleagues and Interpreters chapter, then I changed my mind. He was out of Real Translators League, so the footnote was just right for him. The first time I heard about him when I was told on how when he got drunk on the Independence Day party in a well-known Western company he decided to sing in front of a large audience. And sing he did, so that a one lady, being polite, put it that he was a bit out of tune, and the other of his colleague, being not so delicate, said, once drunk, should never grab a microphone unless in a karaoke bar. When I saw him the first time I wasn't overly impressed by him. He told a joke, no one laughed to it, and he, embarrassed, buried back in his laptop what made me laugh. When all stared at me I explained what was so funny about all that. That reminded me the Disney's Lion King cartoon movie with Timon, when Pumbaa asked depressed Simba, "What's eating you?" And Timon says, "Nothing, he's at the top of the food chain," and laughed, poking Simba in the side, inviting him to laugh at his joke, and Simba, if you remember, was in no laughing mood at the moment, and Timon was embarrassed too. It wasn't a good time for a joke. That's how I actually met Pete. Then he was my back-to-back. We got along fine. The Gemini are good at making a good impression on people. Then we worked at different places. He was working in Orenburg, and met Julia, who, of course, fell in love with him. That was when she started writing me, teasing me with especially provocative letters, and, in fact, offered me to try a threesome. It was later I found where she had this idea coming from. That was Peter, a threesome lover. She also had some other, even more provocative, ideas. Fuck. I even don't want to bring this up here. Then Peter came along at this company. He had been looking for a work for quite a while. And that was Julia who had arranged all this for him, just exactly the way I had arranged it for Julia. We both had the same motivation except that he had stood her up. She was constantly talking to him on Skype at work. She told me that she had no sex with him, just a pure platonic love. Sure, she wasn't the one for anyone to trust her, but she also was sharing with me all her successful affairs with her other boyfriends, and she would have told me if she had something going on with him. The field team, well, with some reservation, had accepted him fine. He knew how to charm people. But he was a drinker, a heavy drinker. If he kept drinking his 300 grams of vodka a day, by the time he is 45 he sure would get his pancreatitis, guaranteed. But he was good to drink with. I mean, he was a good companion. And he also seemed to be a knowledgeable person. True, he was a little bit getting carried away with his horoscope shit, but he was a funny guy and he knew how to present himself. Anybody would be fine with him as long as one is okay with his hair. Just a little bit I dwell on his meter-long hair. Normally they never bothered me too much, if it made him happy, it was okay with me. Except maybe one thing. If a person with such a hair is young and his hair is as good as of Joey Tempest's rock star singer, but, when one is a half-bald, it looks kinda weird to me to still keeping them meter-long. Don't you think? Not aesthetically pleasing. Besides, for me to see a man combing his hair with a paddle brush with that weird feminine moving, yuck. Well, maybe there is no way to comb them any differently, but, anyway. That reminded me of the other Julia's shocking ideas she was about to propose in her letters about him. I wouldn't even want to bring it up here. Fuck no. Hoping that she had been fired too. Some wrote that she had revealed herself all right. Robert, however, wrote in LinkedIn that Julia was an excellent translator and interpreter, exposing himself. Apparently, the old duffer was secretly paying her visits all right. Still, I thought they would figure out what she was all about. And I began to slowly forget about all this. Up until new investors of this half-broke company told me about some Kazakh funny lady translators still working there, turned me all over inside. I've been moonlighting as a freelancer all along, here and there scraping for money. We were having sanctions, no longer translators were needed that bad, and she still was there in this my favorite company. I loved that work and the place associated with my fond memories, and the company with its nice people, my friends, making a fortune there. And yes, they said, she still was having a good time. That's what had turned me inside out. She who got this job from me took this job away from me. I helped her with this work and I will take it away either. Especially, when my friends regularly sent things about her. Anyway, I would never be proud of it. I sent her the most decent nude picture of hers she was bombarding me with, to her bosses, the HR and the security department head. I knew that, doing this, I was killing my future as well. I will be blacklisted for sure, but I couldn't help myself. But she will be fired. My wife, however, who knew almost everything by then about me and her, said Julia would manage to wiggle out of this shit anyway. She did before. Sometimes I agree with my wife. There is a good chance that I would be blacklisted everywhere, and she would still continue to work. But this time I seem to really have made her life difficult. Graham is a very cowardly person. I worked for him, I know. If you remember, when she picked up the Dostoevsky wave with her "I'm sorry, goodbye," she was giving me her clear message: company is bankrupt, find yourself a better place. If there were any better places she surely would have found them faster than anybody else, and she would never bother to tell me about them. I always did. She wanted me to leave. I noticed in my last hitch before her invitation of me to the champagne her carrying on was uneasy and at loose ends. She was unusually quiet and uptight with me around. And how, as I was calling somebody in that company, I always heard her laughter in the background. She was happy now. She has gotten rid of me. All went according to her plan. Well, not all, Actually, the guys have been warned about her. She must have tried to hit on her bosses, but, Graham is a coward, he has read my story, and Robert is old, and he also has probably read it. And Peter had just stood her up. And she was so looking forward to it. But I was hurt by the fact that she was still working as if nothing had happened while her victim was fired and had no job ever since. Especially I kept hearing things regarding her. Just like this one, here's another story. Now I don't talk to her, so I don't know what is she doing now, but when we worked in the Stuckman project she was up to all sorts of crazy things God only knows. I never held a candle for her, but she always tried to seduce someone passing her by. It was funny to watch her being that straightforward. But most shied away from her, though, as I already wrote, some young men are still in touch with her. Well, she always positioned herself as a femme fatale, I would say, and always in conversations, she emphasized her shapes, as if by chance, like, take a look at my beautiful legs, arms and some other my bodily parts. One more thing I remember. At the New Year Eve corporate party, Stockman invited a rock band, and its lead vocalist got so hot with us that he jumped down into the dance floor and started revving up with the others. How she was trying to seduce him the most straightforward way, it had to be seen. Like she was about to jump onto him, clambering all the young ladies away from him, so he, because of her, ran up back to the scene. Honestly, it was some news to me, I mean her carrying along like this, so I didn't view her this way. Just once, when we were partying at my place in Nice, she seemed to be hitting on Sergey, but, as a joke, I loudly announced that he was married. So she somehow went Gucci and there was no continuation. I was more surprised by her too open relationship with her boss, not in the sense that she was hanging around him, but that she felt entitled to give him advice and behaved familiarly with him. But I did, honestly, perceived her as one of the nice guys, a cheerful girl, loose sometimes, but friendly and companionable, and I loved it in her. And then more than once I heard some unflattering reviews from other companies about her jealousy and meanness. I did not want to believe that. Fuck, it all agrees with what I now know about her. With her positioning herself as a femme fatale. Remember her invectives to Dostoevsky with his stupid willingness to jump out the window on a women's order? You fucking wish. And about narcissism. I remember her, lying around naked and lifting up her legs, looking at them as if trying new boots on her for buying, turning them around in different directions. However, she turned out even viler than I even thought. In fact, I learned so much new things about her that maybe I should rewrite this chapter. If this book is ever going to be reprinted, maybe this will be a completely different chapter. In the meantime, I'll leave it as it is, with one fictional episode about how she throws herself out the window, and I was down with my stupid heart attack thing, and with other, not fictional episodes with my stupid and naive I was being good to her, helping her when she felt bad, why she was doing all this to me things. Let it be as it is. Well, there is no way to bring my job back, but I'll see that now she will be fired at least. Julia. Didn't I tell you when you asked me for that last champagne to never do that again to me or I would kill you? Didn't I? Didn't I tell you that since you had tamed a beast you were responsible for it now? And now you had it coming. And now you, the bosses, listen to what I say. Somehow, I'm sure you will read it. The guys like you, I have noticed a long time ago, are pretty well settled here in Russia. Making a fantastic amount of guap here, practically doing nothing. You can throw dust in someone else's eyes, but I saw you both working. You can't fool me. It is thanks to you that such a promising company as this one had collapsed. However, this is not my main complaint about you. My claim to you now is different. It is because of you and those like you who have given such creatures as Julia a go-ahead for her further unbridled sexual rubbery feel-free impunity to do whatever they want. But she is going to end up badly. They always do. And for everything that has happened and will happen to her, and to me for that matter, is all your fault. And one last thing. This probably I should never write, and I apologize for this in advance. I don't mean to offend anybody, but after her, I always thought I would have a lifetime prejudice against all women of oriental appearances, even the prettiest ones. I would always be shying away from them. Things like that are never forgotten. She had left a huge scar on my psyche. After her, I could not normally communicate with people, especially with women. In each of them I would see a catch, a trap now, and I could not get rid of any suspicion to any that spoke to me first. I was really sure that I had gone crazy. First, for a long time she tried to convince me that she too loved the life in all its manifestations, and then when she finally got me convinced on this and I had turned to her, she had projected all her flaws and perversions on me, and then she blamed, condemned, and defamed me for them. I understand her perfectly now. Deep inside her subconsciousness, she believed that she was ugly and compensated for that, chasing men and then dumping them before they did that to her to show her friends and herself that she is in high demand. Fortunately, this has never happened to me. In an exotic and beautiful Indonesia, I forgot everything about her and I began to thaw out. My wounds began to heal up. Then I met a woman, my youth's desperate dream, my pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, who, as it has turned out, has loved me all along since school. I have a chapter below about it in this book. With her, my wounds have finally healed up. In conclusion of this chapter, thank God I am about to finish it. I didn't feel very well while writing this one. I would like to say that this thing has not been working anywhere since 2016, although translators are still needed. I myself am always in demand in companies, as well as all those who have worked with me in Indonesia. She removed the photo on her page in LinkedIn. I heard from someone that her contract was terminated for inappropriate ethical behavior at work. I heard that she was trying to work as a realtor, selling apartments, and that she didn't succeed in that. But I have not long cared much anyway. 14.2 My very first one: when in the army we sat down in a smoking gazebo bringing memories of our turbulent steamy love affairs with the chicks in our civa streets. Some very charismatic lieutenant colonel, whom we all adored, came along and joined us in our conversation and sharply brought us all down to reality, saying that there were more than half of us who hadn't seen any bare boobs yet, and neither of us, the fucking love machines, objected to that. Incidentally, I was the one of this half and was very ashamed of that. Out of this kind of conversations I had a feeling that I was almost the only one who hadn't done it by the age of 18. So, trying not to give myself away, I was knowingly and fully engaged in this kind of conversation, the same time avoiding any soloing in that. I didn't want to get caught by someone experienced one. Anyway, my first non-platonic affair I had was with a St. Petersburg's girl. She was a friend of my sister's I came to visit. Her name was Ida. She was an almost transparent blondie girl. She looked like an albino rabbit, except she had normal blue eyes, not red as a normal albino rabbit would. Not that I liked her, I didn't, but there were two justifying factors I had. The first was I had just been demobbed from the army, a young, healthy guy and incredibly hungry for the chicks. And not very picky at the time. The second was that she was a close friend of my sister who shared a hostel room with her. She had heard a lot about me from her and probably looked forward to some kind of romantic relationship with me. And she, being the blonde girl, looked just right to the surrounding. I mean, she looked very Lenin Radical 19. She looked some sort promising and even inspiring to me. Normally I would have a crush on brunettes. When I and my sister got to the hostel on Janya Igorova Street from the train station, I was met. It was well past noon and Ida was still sleeping. My sister had told me on our way back that she was making bonfires all night long with the boys on the lakes. The white nights, you know. My sis was loudly protesting to this, her still sleeping. Ida got up, she was confused. Then she asked me if I could squeeze her head for her to relieve her headache, please. I did. She felt better now and off she went. So I met Ida. I brought some herbal liqueur, made of Bishtau Mount Slopes grass, my parents had packed for me, a very scarce commodity, especially in the beginning of Gorbachev's prohibition period, which caused unprecedented, even for the USSR, queues to the liquor stores. So we had at least something to celebrate my arrival with. The girls had turned out to have something for this kind of occasion too. Pretty soon the table was laid and I was saying my first toast. Then a friend of theirs, a guy I don't remember his name, came along with some more booze. Shortly thereafter we went on boozing on the shore of those very lakes Ida was making fires the night before. We were back boozy as hell. My sister with a friend went ahead and we with Ida, both drunk not giving a shit to the others, were hugging and kissing. When we finally reached our home, my sister was asleep already. In fact, the deal was they would be sleeping in one bed, and I, on the other. When I came back after a taking smoke, Ida was on the other bed, asleep too. Yeah, 19, the St. Petersburg used to be Leningrad in the USSR, right? I quickly got undressed and jumped to her under the blanket. Since then, we slept together. But she didn't immediately give herself away to me. Despite all my desperate vigor. Just imagine. I had just been demobbed from the army, laying with a naked girl in bed, yes, undressed. There was nothing she could do about it. She had an awesome body, by the way. We kissed and hugged, pleasing each other with all kind of hand jobs. When things were getting too loud, we would go out to the hall and go further ahead with our falling from grace. I was so eager for her body and it was so close. She was about to fall in. Sure, I kept showing off in front of her, but in fact I was too big for my boots. I was a virgin. It took me 2 days to take her. By this time she was head over heels in love with me and I was playing along to get laid. The truth was I never been in love with her. Zero, zip, nothing. When my sister asked me what I felt about her, I said I didn't know. I didn't take a chance to tell her the truth. If she had passed this along to her, I would never have sex anytime soon. Ida called in sick one morning, so we were all alone in our room all day long. We were fooling around like crazy. She still was in her nightie with no underwear underneath. I threw her onto her bed, pulled up her nightgown. That was fast. Did it feel good? Probably. She called out something out like, ouch. You made it? You had it through. And I went off. We both were lying for a while trying to figure out what had I just done. I had just fucked a girl. She was lying beneath. A faded whitish girl with white-haired eyelashes and eyebrows, and she was crying, "Why did you do this to me?" Well, just like in that lousy bad novels, she had probably read and known what she was supposed to say under the circumstances. She made me feel bad. I got dressed up and lit a cigarette. She put her favorite record with Dalida to her favorite track Monday Frere Le Soleil. With this music running on, we were having our breakfast, when the record player's needle jumped off the track. Ida put the song again, the needle kept jumping. "It's fine," she said, "the needle will do the track. The way you just did." She turned to me smiling. She thought it was funny. And then there was no stopping ever since. We had non-stop sex everywhere, days and nights. She took sick leave. We did it in bed, on the floor, on the landing, in an elevator, in a shower, on the lakes, in the woods, whenever we had an urge, no matter where we were and whatever we were doing. Once in a process, all of a sudden she felt bad. That was an overdose. We liberated ourselves quickly. We didn't use condoms. Stupid, huh? No wonder, soon enough I had experienced the first shock in my life. Now we've fucking done it. Ida said that she had no periods. It should have started quite a few days before. I didn't know what I was going to do. I was wandering aimlessly for the whole day in the streets, smoking and drinking some bad diluted draft beer, sold right from the ale barrels. At moments like that, I always wanted to be with my brother Ruslan just to talk to him. He was more than a brother to me back then, he was my closest friend at the time. There were 2 more tormenting long days like this before Ida said that she finally had them. I hugged her and gasped, "You sure scared the hell out of me." There was no stopping again. It was a 24/7 sex marathon with renewed vigor now and without any fear of getting knocked her up any time soon. As usual, we were fooling around all along, wrestling and tumbling about. She was laughing underneath me and suddenly she's still laughing. After a few attempts she gasped out like, "I love you." And she started crying. I looked at her confused. I never liked when she cried, she looked ugly when she did that. She probably cried to my lack of response and bewildered reaction to her "I love you." I liked to have sex with her. I really did. I even liked her personality. She was fun to be with. But I wasn't in love with her. I didn't know how to deal with that. I didn't want to break her heart. And she probably knew it. She'd often say, "You just having fun with me." Along with this, I started getting edgy with her. I mean, she would never leave me alone. Sometimes I needed some privacy for, say, reading my English textbook or just having some fun reading a paper or whatever I was doing. There was no escape from her. She kept hanging on me. Once I had to insult her to leave me alone. That terribly offended her and I felt sorry for her. That her kind of primeval innocence also annoyed me. Her education was clearly below the average, you just couldn't talk on any serious matters to her. In a way she was a talented girl, she loved to draw and paint and was good at that too. She also wrote good rhyming poems on any occasions. I wouldn't survive yet another abnormal poet. I had enough with my Aunt Rhea the Ruslin's mother, neither did we need an artist, we had an Uncle Bob. I started to think that maybe it was time I got rid of her. Especially after her trial balloons on our possible future family life. Once on a weekend, we all went to visit her parents at a Traktorny State Farm, Sovkhoz, in the Priozersk area. Right at that moment, I saw what was Ida's background. Her upbringing was coming from her parents, her colorful rustic thick mom and gray skinny dad, the tractor driver, always anxious to find something to get drunk, treated me good. But when I and Ida were back from a nearby forest, we had run off for yet another urge, and had an afternoon rest. Ida got right next to me, hugged me, and called out to her parents, "How do you like my future husband?" Fuck me running. I froze with the shock and, with my darkened face I pushed her away right in front of her parents. "Look, I'll show you the bride show." I never promised her directly anything. Yes, I was used to our daily, almost hourly sex, but I never had said yes to her. She might have been interpreting my evasiveness as a yes or wanted to see it this way. I left them with some sense of relief. Ida went to see me off to the station. She had me leave her my favorite shirt as my keepsake for her. And I nearly hit her in the subway. She had driven me to it with her stupid talks about her crazy ideas and plans on me. She and my sister planned to visit my parents on their vacation. She worried me and I wished they wouldn't fucking act oddly at my parents' house. Sure they did. I went to my grandmother's village with my transfer to Moscow. In the summer right before the army I and my sister visited that village. For the first time since we were taken away like little kids. We both liked it there. As soon as we had gotten there we had a feeling that we were loved by everyone down there. I had trouble to fend off my sister protecting her from young men constantly hitting on her. My grandmother was getting nervous about all this. She was scared that they would kidnap her. This had recently been practiced in this neighborhood. My aunt, my mom's younger sister, the beautiful, got herself almost kidnapped. Barely fought herself off and escaped. Some girls fell in love with me and I fell in love with some of them too. So I was looking forward to seeing this village big time again. I also expected to catch up on some sleep a little bit. Ida, I confess, has worn me down good. Wrong. Either I had grown up a bit in those 2 years or something happened to morals in the village. Sure, this country was pregnant with perestroika, but still, before the army, there were no going beyond kissing there when you were dating a girl, no matter how hard I would try. This time on my very first night, a friend of Dan's, my childhood friend, sister, vigorously freaked off on the Diama River bank, where we, with the local rod men, rode our bikes. It was funny the way we drank vodka we had brought along. We had no glasses, so we unscrewed a stoplight cover from a bike, hastily wiped it out of the dust with the grass, and it served us as good as glass. I, of course, was pleased that I was so much a success, but I did not want to screw yet another girl's head. I had had enough in Leningrad. So I avoided this one. She left, and yet another two friends, the quite mature and appealing women, for me at my 20 anyway, came to visit Dan's sister. I liked them both. They both were tall and curvy. The one was fair-haired with a bob hairstyle. The other one was a brunette with her hair to waist. She was the one who picked me. In fact, she, from the first moment we met, started flirting with me. She was so fascinating. She was 7 years older than me. And married too. She had 2 kids. She was a pioneer leader at school. Perfect match. Well, maybe she was a little bit old for me, but very experienced. And pretty too. On our first evening, we quietly left our company, which was noisily drinking, passing around the 2 bottles of champagne, and we got inside a small hut in our backyard my uncle's son had just built. Later, because of her, by the way, I had a problem with a local shot caller who had turned out to be knocking her for a loop. Luckily I had some influential friends there too to keep him at bay. Things got reeled in front of my eyes. I was spending days in haymaking and cutting the firewood, and the nights it was the same everywhere. Love again. And I was receiving several letters a week from Ida. She was longing for me and eloquently wrote about it. I felt sorry for her. Those were more diaries than letters describing her experiences watered with her poems. There was her verse she wrote to the Monday Frere Le Soleil tune. I even remember the line from it, "You are far away, my man. And the sun, my brother's son, is bridging us together." She was losing her head. It had to be stopped. But I didn't know how. Soon she wrote that they with my sis, were on their way to my parents' place in a train. She had sent this letter from a deserted tiny station where she managed to find a terrible dilapidated mailbox. Then she wrote that they had made it and she liked it there. She liked my cousin Ruslan. She had taken a look at school where our kids will be going to. Fuck. She was fucking crazy. Then I received a letter from my mother who was shocked by my decision. Those idiot girls had told my mom that I was going to marry Ida. Fuck. 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 I wrote to my mom I would take care of all this when I was back. I was fucking roped in without even being consulted first. In the meantime, the summer holidays were coming to its end and the pioneer leader left to her school kids in the neighboring village, and Rosa, my childhood friend, who always wanted me, came along. She was a funny girl. She had a reputation of a local whore, but I didn't care. I wasn't going to marry her anyway. I stopped seeing her well before I left the village. She became too intrusive. It started catching the eyes. When she gently asked me if we were seeing each other for a reason or what, I knew it was time to dump her. Sure, I didn't mean to be cruel to her, but I had to. Every holiday comes to an end, so here I was after the potato had been harvested and the firewood prepared for wintertime. I, in the late fall, had to go home. The first thing I did upon arriving, I reassured my mom that I was not going to marry anybody. The girls were just crazy, they didn't know any better. Then I went to see Ruslan. After listening to my enthusiastic stories about the village and Leningrad, he asked me if I really was having a stormy affair with Ida. I told him on how it really was like. She was funny all right. And hot. But, stupid. And I was horny right after the army. He knew how it worked. And I had a serious talk with my dad at night. It was understandable for him that I, right after the army, had seduced a first available girl. I was a young and healthy for one thing, but I surely shouldn't have screwed her in the head. I shouldn't have given her any hope unless I really was in love with her. Was I? No. Then I was in trouble. She was coming back. What could I say? He was absolutely right. The problem was that they were about to finish their residence registration paperwork in Leningrad. They were willing to give up their Leningrad residence permit. One must be living in the Soviet Union to understand what it meant, and come here to stay. Ida is set to marry you," said Daddy sarcastically. "My parents have long wanted my sis back home after she had graduated in Leningrad, but she wouldn't even hear about it, so she was at odds with them. In fact, I had a secret mission I went with to Leningrad with. I was to gently persuade my sister to come home. Nice job. She was coming all right. Bringing me my wife along. The truth was I hadn't even tried to talk her into it. I knew it was useless. In fact, if I were in her shoes I would never come back myself, despite the fact I loved this southern region. But it happened. Now for her friend's sake, she was giving up the treasured Leningrad residence permit. I had a message from my father: unless you willing to marry her, do something. I learned from Ruslan that my sis and Ida went to visit him every day. Took him out for a walk, stayed up late sometimes. And Ruslan babbled that he had fucked Ida one night in a kindergarten territory. And again, almost her ritualistic, "Why did you do that?" Ruslan, by the way, was hurt by her blunt assessment of his sexual ability. "Radik was much better than you." He was hurt so bad by that it had far-reaching consequences for him in the future. And I had an idea right there and then. It was so fucking great excuse to break up with her. Couldn't be better. And we concocted a letter to her. Ruslan wrote that in fact Radik never liked her. He had a lot of girls in a village. Sounded cynical? Sure it did. But I didn't need some creepy girl to come to fucking marry me. I wanted to make sure she would never come. Wrong. A week later I got an angry letter from my sister. They would come anyway, but not because of me. I remember the ending of her letter: "There are still more good people than the bad ones out there." Oh, dear. The two of a kind. I obviously was too late with my letter and everything was at full swing. It was very vexatious time to expect their arrival. Every day with bated breath I would come home from my work. And, one day, that was it. I and Ruslan saw their boots in the hall. They were here, and I saw dark bread they always ate in the kitchen. That was them all right. They all were in the front room and I, as luck would have it, needed something in there. I had to go in. I took Ruslan with me. My sis ostentatiously hooked me to Ida. She nodded at me as ostentatiously. I picked what I needed and left. We both noted that Ida had gotten prettier and her shape was even better. Sure, she was a motivated girl. But, you know, if you had irresistible rejection deep inside you towards somebody, then there was nothing you could do about it. And they stayed. Fuck. Really? What did they expect? That I was going to get wise, empathize with her and marry her? Were they all right? Since they came along I became unbearably irritable. And I slept badly at nights. Even my mom started taking me to calm. They got all right? I wish I knew what she had meant by that. Did she mean that Ida no longer was going to marry me and I could take it easy now? Or what? Ida tried to talk to me several times in the kitchen. During one of her such attempts, I told her that I knew everything about her, alluding to sex she was having with Ruslan. She didn't seem to be surprised to that. Once in the front room, she sat down on the opposite side to my table in front of me. I was doing my English. She smiled apologetically to my outraged look to her. Damn. I really felt sorry for her. She still cherished some hope to win me back, and she still had no idea that I never had liked her. Never. I stood up and walked out. A featured concert film of Alla Pugacheva, I Have Come to Speak, a hit, was released and running in the USSR cinemas that year. I and Ruslan went to that movie too. In the cinema, we, of course, stumbled upon them. When we took our seats they sat down right behind us. There were no easily available seats. They must have traded them. Fuck. Moreover, in the course of the film, when some of Leningrad views flashed, Pugachev toured, Ida from behind would drop to my ears commenting, "Here we were with you too." One evening my sister called me out for a conversation with Ida. She had to say something really important. Well, she couldn't be pregnant. It could have been seen already. I was getting nervous. On our way to the meeting place in the town part, my sis burst into tears bringing out all this shit about what a fucking jerk I was, doing all this to her best friend who still loved me. Oh, how she loved me. Stop being hysterical. Now. Or there will be no conversation. Ever. She understood, stopped crying. Ruslan showed up and they left us alone. And I started the strangest conversation I ever had with Ida. I reproduce it as I remember, a lot of time has passed since then. "What do you want?" I asked her coldly without any greeting and working hard to suppress my irritation with her as I went on. "Please let's not make a scene, I just had one with my sis, there will be no tantrum," she said quietly. "I just wanted to tell you something. There is something you don't know about me. Well, I am sick." Holy shit. It flashed through my head. Am I too? It fell from my lips. She looked at me. "Always thinking of a number one. Aren't you?" "No, you are healthy as hell." And then she started talking something weird. Once a taxi picked her up and there was no interior door handles inside the car. It was a trap. The taxi driver had raped her, the innocent virgin girl, right in the car. She went for a checkup after that. She was told that she was healthy, but she no longer would be able to handle herself right without having sex. She had been turned to a nymphomaniac girl. To some sort of a man-eater. Well, I could no longer hear this horseshit and was about to leave her, but she threatened that she would never come back and would do something to herself. I was scared. I felt she wasn't kidding at all. What could I say? She was crazy. Maybe she had been raped. As for the rest, if I even had some feelings for her, I would walk on her anyway after this kind of a story because I would immediately think she needed help. I understand she was trying to explain her cheating on me with Ruslan. By the way, he got his ass kicked good by her. She branded him as a hypocrite. She and my sis. True. I agree with them on that. I had to learn that myself later. And that's what she had said about him. I felt sorry for him, you know. I felt that he would never be loved by a woman, and I saw he loved kids. He had a tiny dick, and she clasped her palms in front of her face to show how tiny it was, as if she was holding a chicken bird. That all reinforced her impression and the entire depth of this drama of his love to children and the women's lack of love. I was fucking shocked. He really loved kids. I even would be irritated sometimes with it, seemed a little bit exaggerated to me. Interestingly, this very episode has long and decisively been wiped from my memory until recently. I think I have never told Ruslan about that. I hope so. That would have been a hell of a shock to him if I had. He had enough from her at the kindergarten. Since I saw that she was a bit crazy, you know, I switched to a very friendly tone with her. Apologized for what I had done to her, for having invoked false hopes at the heat of the moment. But, please. Nothing would work out with us and it would be best if she left. The faster it would all end, the better it would be for us all. She had gone. My sister stayed. She had developed depression. Even after getting over it, she hadn't talked to me for about a year. Then gradually she began to thaw on me. Once she said Ida had gotten married and she was happy, all right. But my dad. I wrote about him on how he was good at being a tedious pain in the butt. Especially after he had a shot or two of alcohol. Several times he tried to talk to me about Ida, I actually liked her. Shit. Now he thought he had separated me with her and was suffering from guilt and wanted to explain himself. The sharper I interrupted him on these attempts, the stronger he held on his opinion. And when my sister told him on how I was frowning at her message on Ida's marriage, that's how she had interpreted my irritation to mention her name, my dad got really upset. He apparently thought that I couldn't forgive him his intervention in my business. We had a tense relationship not because of her, much earlier and for other reasons, so his suspiciousness had the wrong directions. Years later I asked my sister to remind me the Ida's second name. I was curious to find out how she was doing, to see if she had any social network accounts. Turned out that my sister was long at odds with her. Had no contacts whatsoever. But she gave me her name anyway. I found her. Her social network accounts seemed to be long abandoned. I had the impression that her life didn't go well. She smokes, used to drink a lot, now she didn't drink at all. She had 2 marriable daughters. According to their names, they were from different husbands, both were Tatarians. I must have done something on her if she still loved Tatarians boys. And she kept dog pets. Ida, I am sorry for what I have done to you. The epilogue, sort of. 30 years later, the incredible happened. I wrote to one of her social networks and she happily responded. Now we friendly communicate. I really admire her. She has her own thriving business. She sells all kind of ointments, drugs, and herbal tinctures. She has a few shops with branches in other cities. She was a drug addict all right, and she also had problems with alcohol. But she had coped with all this and she is doing well now and still full of ideas and is constantly busy. Here is her last letter I received. You are really an unusual person. Now I had more time, I was sick today, and I reviewed your page for 100 times over and over again. Still watching your videos. You have a very rich inner world. It is a pity that you're so far away. I'd love to have some coffee with you and talk to you for a long time. Very long time. I love St. Petersburg for unusual people living there. For something to recall. 14.3 The most beautiful one, my full brother cousin, and a friend of mine as well, whom, after I went to the north, I was missing so badly, was heavily involved in this story. He was pretty much part of my life back then. So I am going to start this chapter with him. You may even be surprised how much of this chapter I had spent on him here, but you'll see, you'll understand that this story was about our life, it was about my youth, about those who had just started walking through their lives. The lives coincided first with the acceleration and then with more famous perestroika periods in the country no longer exists. Remembering my cousin, the one who is my Aunt Raya's son, I was about to give him a call, then changed my mind. We hardly talk to each other now, except that rare congratulatory texts exchange at holidays. What do I tell him? Most likely at the end of the week he is probably drunk again and will not remember anything about our conversation. Besides, it was me who always called him, he never called me. I am not going to say that everything in my personal life went very well, but, compared to him my life was a success. Our ways have parted long ago now, we are thousands kilometers away and more than 30 years apart, since I left him. Not that we are at odds, we have never been, but not many things from our friendship glory days are left either. But it was there, and it was a real friendship. We were more than brothers, we were friends, we were more than friends, we were brothers. Ruslan, I'll call him with this in tune with his real name. I have never asked his permission to write about him, so I have no right to write his real name as well, came into my life unexpectedly. Of course, I knew of his existence, as he knew about mine, but we were so far apart and not talking. But when he came from Central Asia to study in our region and it became clear that before the school he was going to stay in our place, I wasn't thrilled by that but accepted it. Especially as I soon went to a military training camp. First in the mountains around Tverda and then at the sea in Sukhumi, and for time I forgot all about it. When I returned I wasn't particularly socializing with him. He didn't read the books, was not a rough kid either. So what I should talk with him about? He never responded to my impromptu sparrings and fightings. How can one live without all this? He looked incredibly boring to me. And what particularly was annoying in him, he was slouching all the time. And when I went somewhere, even to a grocery store nearby to buy some bread, he'd always catch with me. There was no way to shut myself away from him for a while. And I, by the way, have even been shy of the bright oriental appearances he had inherited from his father, an Uzbek, and for a long while I kept him away from my friends. Several times we went with him to visit his older sisters who lived in the nearby town of Piatigorsk. We also went together to a lake to swim where he turned out to be not a swimmer. The Tian Shan mountain rivers are not particularly good places for swimming. But he started to work to fix it, and he began to catch up quickly with some of my little help. He turned out to be a fan of rock climbing. I wasn't surprised, considering where he came from. We had climbed our surrounding mountains which, of course, were far from the Tian Shan, as he had always said that. At first, he missed his native place. The day before September 1st, one of his sisters came to take him to Kurazovka, a county town beyond the mineral body, mineral waters, to join the machine operator vocational training school, and when they left I felt lonely and sad. I realized that I, in fact, had gotten attached to my brother. And I was so glad to see him back on his first weekend. I had never expected for him to come so soon. And since then the coming weekends also meant to me that Ruslan would be coming for the weekend either. In a week each one of us had news piling up we excitedly shared with each other. So I would be aware of his new friends and him, of mine's. Neither we nor our relatives lived lavishly, so he never went back to Asia to visit his family. He spent his holidays with us instead and, thus, has become a full member of our family. Now I had no idea how could I do without such a friend like him before. We both loved taking and printing photos. I would tell my brother the believed sci-fi Professor Dowell's head story or something funny from the recreational physics or about the clouded leopard's habitat, and he would listen to all this displaying great curiosity. And he would enthusiastically share with me the principle of an internal combustion engine or about how he would operate a huge excavator, earn big money and buy a Lotus 6 car, that was a cool modified Fiat 124 car at a time in the USSR, only the Volga was even cooler a car. Over time Ruslan strongly took over the best friend of mine status, surpassing all my existing friend he had met. A few years later his mother, Aunt Raya, has arrived, with Ruslan's younger brother. His younger brother, Roman, was a handsome, almost with the Scandinavian appearance, a boy no resemblance to Ruslan at all. Then Ruslan graduated from his vocational schools, found himself a job, got wound up with some money, and now he was dressing up better than me. Even before that he kinda tried to become the sort of my big brother, the leader, that is. The fact that he was a year older than me didn't stop our relationship to be absolutely equal before then. And some healthy, as yet, competition has touched our otherwise disinterested friendship. We still would encourage and praise each other's bulging biceps and our stomachs' raised strips. However, I noticed that the girls were somehow getting a kick out of him. Not me. Although Ruslan, as the saying goes, wasn't any good at carrying himself on, he had never danced at discos, just slow dances with girls only. But there always some local beauty would invite him to ladies' dance. "Am I really so good?" he would exclaim, happily fooling around. And I used to be shy to take him out? What the hell was I thinking? As a matter of fact, he was a handsome guy with an incredible dense blue-black and slightly wavy hair, stout body with no longer stooping his shoulders, wearing his tight blue jeans, albeit a little bit too jammed but still neat, on him, a gift from his Korean friend, along with the Adidas t-shirt from Taiwan, sent him by his cousin the submariner. That's the way I remembered him before the army, looking well and dressed to the teeth too. No wonder girls liked him. In fact, he had broken his cherry before me and it did hurt me the most, I remember that. And all of a sudden people around began to notice that Ruslan looked pretty much like Talgat Nigmatulin, the rising star, the USSR version of Bruce Lee then, who played Saleh, the chief of the pirate in Pirates of the XX Inturi movie. You could Google it, all these movies are on YouTube now. I was quickly going into his shadows while Ruslan was becoming more confident in himself. Girls just kept running into him. No matter how painful it was for me to see my brother's success, I would never show it. Apparently, I even enjoyed it. He was still my brother after all. After I finished the high school, my parents were able to find some money for me and my sister, who was a student in Leningrad on her vacation, to go to our grandmother village where I hadn't been since I was 5 years old. Man! It was really fantastic out there. My sis had become an object of universal worship and adoration, and my grandmother strictly required me to guard her, fearing that she would be kidnapped. I was having a good time out there too. For all what I was missing in the south, I quickly made it up out there in the countryside. They would fall in love with me and willing to go on a date with. I hated to leave that place. And how much I enjoyed telling Ruslan later about the village girls there, making clear that I was all cool out there in my small historical motherland. He was called up to the Red Army a few months before me. Neither of us had thrown a party on those occasions, we had no money for that. 2 years later he entered his civil life a couple of months earlier than me as well. I was envying him reading his letters from his civa street. Then, we were together again. And free too. It was the beginning of summer 1985. Everything seemed to be good and beautiful. Old friends, Italian pop music everywhere, the Rubik's Cube, the Soviet youth TV shows. They just kept talking about the international student festivals against imperialism going on in this country, those peace marches. No one seriously believed in this crap any longer but still kept playing. The future oligarchs were then the Komsomol leaders, those very enthusiastic who irritated me. Probably they were just smarter than me and they knew what they were doing. My brother and I had noticed that the girls, when passing us by, would often look at us after, making each of us proud and thinking they were looking back at him personally. This was for the first time in life I was able to dress fashionably. While I served my country, my parents were able to save a little money for me to pay for my clothes and my trip to visit my sister in Leningrad, then, passing by Moscow to my grandma's village again. It was incredible. I liked it in there even better than the first time I had been there. In fact, while I was in the village, a friend of my sister, an infatuating romantic girl with adventurous inclinations, came along with her to my parents' home and scared both of my parents to death with her intention to marry me. But, not finding me there, she must have gotten bored and, out of the boredom, a couple of times slept with Ruslan. The only thing she did right then was that before leaving our place she had said to Ruslan that in sex I was much better than him. Ruslan had told me later that himself and that assessment of a young girl, of course, had hurt him big time. Now, as I recalling all this, I think that her phrase had ended his, unquestionable before, superiority over me. If before the army our sportsmanship were pretty much at par with mixed success. In arm wrestling, for example, I couldn't beat him every time and there was some period of time when he constantly pinched me. After the army, however, I had more pronounced fitness success over him. I had both better lift and press performance. And now I also readily agreed with his flattering remarks on my athletically built body and deliberately held back with my courtesy response I owed him, and I would have said before, like, and you have better back lat spread and girls like you better too. Over time the mutual flattery has turned to pull a stunt on each other. But, true, we always knew where to stop and we'd never crossed lines of direct insults. I couldn't afford that. I didn't have too many close friends to fight with. And there was an Achilles heel Ruslan had. He, in fact, couldn't handle women right. I mean, he only twice fell in love, both unanswered, and both of his love objects, here we go again, were friends of my sister. Some mystery. He wrote a love letter to his first one who lived in our neighborhood and then was hiding from her. When he was so much in love with her that he ignored, just refused to see the other girls who were in love with him. With the second one they said, I wasn't there around, by that time I was up in the north, he was constantly seeking her love, carrying her terrible moods and, at times, being humiliated, and finally had convinced her to marry him. And so they live to this day. An odd couple, I'd say. Anyway, after the army, he still was my best friend. We had a lot in common, we both liked taking pictures, and then at nights, or even days, we'd print photos having our pictures look really professional, and we, from time to time, started to make some money on that. Passion for photography, at least, started to pay for itself. Ruslan bought him a good Soviet Zenit SLR camera, a speed light, and one of the best photographic enlargers we had in the USSR. He also got himself dressed up from head to toe, he always knew how to dress up and enjoyed it. I always spent all my money on music. I mean, I was buying hi-fi stereos and LPs. That kind of hobby used to be very expensive in relation to our salaries. I mean, after the army I confidently stepped out of my cousin's shadows and, at times, was able to pick off these beauties to make even Ruslan envy. Occasionally I had to fight, like in the old days, for girls this time. I still had a shot in the locker. It was back in 1989 I had my last major fist fight. First, I felt it was no longer necessary. The second, when once I hit one of the attackers and got him in the hospital where he stayed for a while, I made a decision. Enough was enough. I was coming to maturity. In the summertime I probably was getting good, I mean my skin was getting brown, although it wasn't that easy for me, the fair-skinned boy. I had to roast in the sun a lot for that, and with my hair color faded to white it was much easier to hook up the girls, no matter if they were the locals or the summer visitors, at discos. In spite of all this, however, I still could not reverse the general trend. I mean, the girls were still more attracted to Ruslan. Well, there still must be something in his exotic appearance, and he was openly proud of that, and he never missed a chance to tease me with that. My admiring stories about the village and my adventures aroused my cousin's interests, and even it seemed at times his distrust. In a month? 3 chicks? In a village? You don't believe me? I was getting excited. Come with me next vacation and you'll see it. The decision was made. We'd take vacation the following summer 1987 and go to my village. That village, by the way, was his historical homeland too, despite the fact he had never been there. We worked in the same organization, I must say, the road construction machinery shop, both as excavator operators. The hardest thing was to get them to let us go together on vacation. And here we go. All coffee was behind us. We managed to get us some vodka, which was already a scarce delicacy. We drank rarely at that time, but I should say, what the hell, we were going on vacation. We packed up few cameras, a lot of films and some photo papers. Foolishly we also took the enlarger. We thought we'd shake the money tree there too, some gifts and presents for our relatives. I even rented a portable tape recorder for the vacation. We were going to have really good time out there. I had incredibly good anticipation out of this vacation, and sure enough it lived up to my promises. And we hit the road. I'd say that my anticipations were mingled with some questions. I mean, what was I doing taking Ruslan with me? Hadn't I jumped the gun on that? He's always been my dangerous rival after all. Or this, my stories apparently must have caused Ruslan's high expectations. What if they are not met? In the year 1986, for example, it didn't go that well for me in that village. That would be a reason for Ruslan to make fun of me. Where the hell are they? Those girls of yours, huh? Flight from the Caucasus to the Ural went rather well. We stayed overnight in Ufa at my aunt, and the next day with her 9-year-old son Ed we got off to the village. A few stops before ours in the village a few girls stormed in the bus and I saw Rose, a girl I was dating once. I turned my back to her and facing my brother, I called his attention to her. Here we go. We've got one already? He nodded. She was alright to him. You have no fucking idea. She was hot, but I was getting tired of her back then. I was sure my brother would get easily settled and like it there. And I would find me a good girl too. Just look at here how many young and beautiful ones we've got here in the bus. The grandparents, of course, were very happy to see us and pleased with the gifts we had brought to them. To our delight, they both looked healthy and vigorous. Only less livestock on the farm, they have sold them over, it was harder for them to run the farm. We quickly settled down and got a bite of lunch. After that I took Ruslan to meet my next door friends. Fortunately, we found my best childhood friend, Daniel, we all called him Dan for short. With him, we went to celebrate the beginning of our first, and as it turned out to be the last, vacation with my brother. There was no alcohol allowed for sale in the village liquor store for the harvest time, so none was available there and the locals drank mostly mead and less often moonshine. So we, with our real vodka, sausages, and other appetizers laid on the newspaper spread on the ground were more than welcomed and we looked real respectable out there. We camped under the trees on the high bank of an unnamed creek, flowing to a larger but still unavoidable Diama River. After the first one to our vacation and the second one which was both to locals and visitors, we smoked our cigarettes and I had that blissful feeling of our vacation beginning. Never mind that as to Dan's stories there was nothing special in the village now, it was boring as he was saying, I had a good feeling that the vacation would go as it should. It felt good. The now verging sun was caressing our faces, my rental recorder was playing back some nice music and we enjoyed the beginning of both summer and our holidays. Few hours later the two of us went to the local village club. I knew from my experience that the real fun started at nights after the movies in the club are ended, especially at the weekends when a lot of students and young folks would come to visit their parents from nearby towns. My 9-year-old cousin Eddie asked me to take him to club for movies but I said no, he was too young for clubs, but here came a friend of his, a family friend, a local daredevil who kept the whole neighborhood, if not the whole village, in check, to put a word for Eddie. I had to assent and let Eddie go there under his friend's responsibility. We agreed to meet at the club after the movie was over and take Eddie back. Ruslan and I came to the club right on time. The movie had just ended. The crowd was coming out and stayed expecting something to come out. Happy Edward ran up to us. And a girl separated from a group of friends and with an almost dancing gait approached us. That was Rosa, so glowing with happiness and that whorish sparks in her eyes. Hi. She sensually whispered to me, peeking at my eyes, and that was damn arousing. Hi, I said, taken aback a bit. This is Ruslan the cousin. I saw you today on a bus, and blah 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 blah. She nodded Ruslan curtly and came right back to me looking into my eyes again. She certainly had plans on me for that night. We moved to the side. Radek. Eddie called me out, where are you going to? Whoring. Blurted Rosa, making Ruslan to smile. I asked Ruslan to take Eddie home. I'll come back later. I came later, all right, much later, in the morning. I ferped Rosa home and stayed with her in her summer kitchen for the night. I wearily trudged back in the early morning carrying my silent tape recorder as if it was a piece of wood, the country girls, passing me by with hose in their hands and with brownish sunburned faces going to work and curiously looking at me. The first day of the holiday has passed. Ruslan seemed to be in good mood. Yesterday he came back with Eddie from the club, had some tea and went to bed. Just in case, I reassured my brother that we still had the entire vacation ahead of us and we sure would knock ourselves out. Sure, you're knocking yourself out all right. He couldn't help it. I shrugged. True, every dog has his day. And Rose, once coming into my life again, didn't even think of disappearing from it, so all the other girls were cut off from me now. The afternoons I was mostly with her. There were no chances to miss her. Sometimes I wanted to be all alone. The more I saw that there were some beautiful girls at the club I was coming across. Especially I remembered the one Ruslan drew my attention to once. She was standing apart from the crowd in the pool room. So beautiful and sad looking, like young Anastasia Kinski, the one I saw once in a movie Cat People. A young man approached her, they began to talk, and I immediately lost interest in her. I wasn't alone either. Well, why Rosa didn't go to Ruslan that night? Strangely, it wasn't just Rosa who wouldn't go to Ruslan down there in the village. The first week of our holiday was about to pass by and he still had not been hooked up by anybody. Not that I cared about it a lot, I was just curious. Why? Could it be because of his oriental appearance, what had been helping him a lot in the south and no longer seemed to be working here in Bashkortostan? Here we had a lot of guys like him. Here I am going to talk off the point a little bit. The population of that village, being ethnically homogeneous, was quite a mixed gene pool. You could see, along with pronounced Mongoloid feature carriers, some quite European, almost Scandinavian ones. I remember I was surprised to see for the first time the red-haired and freckled folks in the village, as if it was somewhere around the city of Arkhangelsk, not in the middle of Bashkiria. This, I think, was an echo of two Finno-Ugric tribe Mongolization waves, the first one, during the Great Migration period and the Huns invasion, the second one, almost 1,000 years later, during the actual Mongol hordes invasion. So to some extent I could say I am related to both Hungarians and Mongols with the Huns. The facts of strong Ugric blotches in our language, I am not a linguist by the way, which belongs to entirely different language family, pretty much favor this version. I even would say that the ethnic group which is now called the Kazan Tatars are in fact the Turkicized Ugric. They, the Kazan Tatars, are anthropologically very close to Mari. However, I am not a historian either to claim for the role of ultimate truth soul possessor. Getting back to the point. Meanwhile, Rosa had to leave me for a day or two to resolve some employment issues. I was free again. Time to take advantage of this and help Ruslan to find him a girl. I couldn't help noticing though that when girls stopped piling up around him, he turned out to become somehow helpless. His self-confidence was melting away right in front of my eyes. It was Friday and my granny sent us to buy some bread. That meant that we had to go to the center about 40 kilometers away. We had to catch a bus at 7 a.m. and buck along for an hour and a half one way only on a terrible road. But in spite of the terrible road, I still slept on the back seat. In the village, I was never getting enough sleep. And the bus would depart the center for the village at noon. I remember the summer day heat and crowds at a filthy bus station. But still, it was all felt very cool. On our way back there were more people than usual in the bus. And a lot of young, beautiful girls. We just had to go to the club that night. There were always a lot of people on weekends there at disco staying up late. Especially, on the Youth Day Eve. The local village was overcrowded all right that night. My eyes were dazzled with awesome girls. And Ruslan was so resolutely determined to win back his lost positions. I got carried away by a pretty blonde girl Rita I was dancing with every now and then. "And where is a friend of yours?" she asked me during one of those dances. Here we go again. A friend of mine. I quickly searched for him with my eyes around A&D. I felt a miserable ache behind my knees. Ruslan was leading to a dance floor, that Anastasia Kinski girl. He couldn't have been any happier. Just look at his face. It was clear, however, that she wouldn't mind dancing with him either. And here they were swirling, talking, and smiling to each other. Probably he's asking her name, that's the best he could hit upon. I was mad. A friend of mine? He is dancing. I nodded at them. Who is she? Well, she is not a local. Rita clearly didn't want to talk about her. And I did not want to dance anymore. And happy Ruslan joined me to smoke a cigarette at the club entrance. His life has just started to turn around. A minute later I learned from him that Kinski's name was Ally. She was 21. You have directly asked her how old are you? With an undisguised sarcasm I asked Ruslan, trying somehow to annoy him, and he noticed it and came right back at me. Yes. I have directly asked her that. How come you are not with her? I softly changed the subject. It's better not to tease him now. She is still dancing. I am waiting for a slow dance and I'll get back to her. Well, I muttered sarcastically. It was very headlong of him to leave her all alone right then. They might take her away. But I'd never expect that just after half an hour I would be the one to take her away. Everything turned out somehow completely unexpected. We were approached by an old friend of mine who offered us a drink of the delicious mead he had brought along. I took a few sips and left them. I said I had to leave them and would be back soon. Ruslan, while dancing with Ally, had enough time to tell her that I had an audio cassette with cool slow dancing music, the ballads recorded in it. That's how badly he wanted to dance with her. I learned it later from herself when danced right next to her and we talked. Ruslan forgot to mention that on the other side of the tape I had an AC/DC heavy metal band. I especially had it recorded for the occasions like this to dilute a little bit the modern talking disco rave, which was trendy at a time. And I told her about it. She brightened up at that. She turned out to be a heavy metal fan herself and she really dug that kind of music. And she was so good. And she was the hell of a dancer too. And those eyes. And, catching her glance, I knew already. I felt that no way was I going to give her away. No fucking way. They even put my tape with an AC/DC on but quickly took it out. Ally and I, we both realized that there's no way they would let us listen the right kind of music. I suggested that we go to my place. I had a tape recorder. She liked the idea and off we went. While we, arm in arm, walked to my place, I found out that Ally had been through a difficult period. She had to run away with her 3-year-old son from her husband and hide here in the village for a few months now, staying at her relatives. And she probably still loved him, and who, by the way, looked like me, and he even had some pockmarks on his face, just like me. Could it really be found attractive? I would never think that. I would never get a woman. And, if it hadn't been for Ruslan, I would have never dared to come to her first, so he caused that, as they say now, multiplier effect. As we walked, Ally was telling me about herself and I just kept falling in love with her. How old she must have been when she had gotten married if she was 21 with a 3-year-old child right then. I was thinking involuntarily, unable to take my eyes from her. And the other day I learned that my ex-husband got married. Before I got married. That's why she was dressed so mournfully. She was wearing a dark formal suit. That was the suit she wore made her standing out among the rest here, and it was very flattering to her, the bright brunette. She was also wearing trendy coarse netted pantyhose which also looked cool on her, along with her elegant black shoes. A large stylish chain with an attached screwed steel plate with an engraved inscription on it was hanging around her neck. Identical chains around her wrists. I thought of her heavy metal rock fascination. I liked hard rock music myself, but apparently not as much as she did. I didn't have that much of panoply on me and I already wished I had. In the courtyard where we came in, I turned on the lamp under the fence roof. At least we had some lighting. I brought my tape recorder out and some tapes with it and a packed brand new blue jeans made in India for Ally to try it on. My sis gave it to me to push it around. I also picked up a bottle of vodka and glasses, sneaking for them separately not to clink when passing by my sleeping grandparents. Let's celebrate our meeting, I said to her silent surprise look. Haven't drunk vodka for a while, replied she. They basically drink mead here. Curious Edward looked out from the window into the courtyard. Back to sleep? I growled back to him and Edward immediately disappeared. With low-volume hard rock music playing on, we sipped vodka without taking any snacks. We didn't have any, and talked. We talked about just released cinema movies as well as semi-legal videotaped ones. Talked about the music. Ally showed me some heavy metal moves and kicks. She was a superb dancer with a good sense of rhythms. I told her about my passion for English, about our land where the Black Sea is at hand, about how I was going to earn money. A filthy lot of them. No, not that I had no money on me right then, no, I had plenty of it, but, blah blah blah. There was no stopping. And as it was going for Ally, it was much easier to get along with men rather than with women, that's why she had so few of friends. And I learned from her that I had those cold Sylvester Stallone's eyes. She liked cold eyes. That's how the most beautiful woman in the village made me a flowery compliment. Wow. But, I guess, she probably overdid with my cold eyes. From then on now I always exercised that cold look in front of mirrors before going out. I was probably overdoing with that either. Anyway, I helped her to try the blue jeans on. Sure, she liked it. I was a perfect fit. Her mom would come soon and buy it. The blue jeans were not mine, I would have given them her for free, but, at least, I'd see her again. I'd see her anyway. She had asked to borrow my tape recorder for a day, she was missing good music. It was good that before going to the village, I had all this music on tape. I even had an urge to kiss her, but I fought it back. It was too early for the first night anyway. She was sitting right next to me. So beautiful. I couldn't believe that. Ally proposed to stretch our legs. We grabbed the tape recorder and what's left of vodka in the bottle and off we went toward Ally's house. We had just made our halfway through the village when Ruslan and our next door boy showed out the darkness right in front of our faces. An awkward silence hung up in the air and Ally said it would be good to sit down on a bench. We stopped by under the tree and finish our vodka. I barely heard Ruslan angrily saying to me under his breath that he was about to hang himself. We grimly finished our vodka. Our next door boy apparently was pissed off at something too. He said goodbye to us and left. Turned out that he just had a fist fight for his girlfriend at the club. Then we walked Ally home, the three of us, holding Ally right between me and Ruslan with our arms around each other. We said goodbye, agreeing to meet next afternoon at the club and then go to our place to celebrate the Youth Day. I also told her it would be nice if Ally brought along some friends of her. To keep Ruslan busy, the main thing for me was not to lose the initiative here. Ally gave me a knowing toss, okay. She got the message. All the way back home I and Ruslan had a severe fight. Ruslan has accused me of treacherously taking advantage over the situation. What situation? I was getting steamed up myself. If you wanted to keep her, you should have stayed with her all along, waiting for slow dances, huh? Had it not been me, somebody else would have done it to you. I don't care. He kept on going on me, you just have gotten off Rosa. I had nobody yet. I wish I could trade him 10 roses for Ally, but he'd never take them, not even hundreds. He was right about one thing though. I would never take any actions on her had she not made any move on me, no matter it either him or somebody else. But Ruslan was not going to give her up that easy. He vowed to get back what in fact belonged to him. I was carrying on like a winner, making clear that it was a done deal and she had chosen the one she wanted, telling him, not without some embellishments, on how we just had a good time together, especially focusing on trying on the blue jeans. I was using the whole psychic attack arsenal I had against my opponent. The most important thing was to suppress him, make him go with it. Back home I kept acting like a very happy guy, and in a few minutes, I was breathing evenly on the couch as if I was in a deep sleep. In fact, I was far from being calm and happy. I didn't know what I would have done in his shoes, but I sure wouldn't put up with this. And there was another thing I knew for sure: don't make any sudden movements, show confidence and keep acting as if Ally was already mine and would remain mine. We kept fighting with Ruslan all the next day long. He even didn't help me to cut the woods this time. He looked very malicious. After lunch, when I went to have some siesta in a hut a relative of my mother had built 2 years before and which I had mostly been using for doing a knock with girls, Ruslan has upgraded the hut a little bit by putting lights and installing a fan, and now you before going to sleep could read or listen to music. Anyway, when I slept, Ruslan took his chance to take her back. So I clutched up a bit but remained calm to him. Nothing. She wasn't home. I asked her neighbor girl to call Ally out. I took a deep breath of relief. I finally woke up. Well, what a fast egg Ruslan in fact was. You should not have done it, I said. Ally has already made her choice. He seemed to have finally accepted it. My uncle, my mother's brother, has arrived with his son that day. They came from Uzbekistan. On my way to the club that night I almost got into a fight with a young man. He brazenly asked if we had any cigarettes on us while he had his pack sticking out of his pocket. Yes, we were strangers out there, but when somebody comes like that, he needs to be fixed right there at its very beginning. He had just picked on the wrong guy. We got it settled. He turned smart enough to apologize. Nice meeting you, man. First thing was when we met again, Ally asked who of us was looking for her that day. I silently pointed to Ruslan. I had to meet another Radik that evening, and Ally's ex-boyfriend. They violently fight for girls in the village and I didn't want to ruin my very important date, not that night anyway. But I wasn't going to back off either. And the guy was trying to scare me. Okay, don't get me wrong, he was saying, if I can't handle you on my own, I've got friends here. Understood? No tilting matches here, he had made that clear all right. It was going to be a real monkey stomp. But I made it clear to Radik that I was not going to give Ally that easy, live or die. Besides, I wasn't all alone there. Just take Fail the Oleg Gazmanov, for example. Then later inside our hut, Ally was quizzing me about what were we talking about with Radik. About her, of course. He wanted me to stay away from her. That she, Ally, had betrayed him, and then there in the countryside nobody would date her. Radik, would see to it, he was feared by many there. They were seeing each other before Radik went to the army, and then she had gotten married when she was 16. So I had to deal with yet another broken heart which nearly ruined my holiday. By the way, there was Ally's friend, a tall good-looking girl wearing a red tracksuit, but while I was squabbling at the club with another Radik, she had disappeared, so Ally and Ruslan kept waiting for me without her. Ally, as soon she saw the two of us together, she immediately must have figured out on what was going on. We had it out with my same name by making the deal. Since there is no stopping me from seeing her, he asked me to be at least not that open, in displaying our relationship, try to keep it quiet. I told him I could not guarantee that, but I understood his situation. I would try not to directly infringe on his dignity. So we both managed to save our faces. And later I often saw him in the club, always drunk. As a result of that meeting we were, the three of us, in a hut, without Ally's friend. So I had to watch Ruslan. He was still my rival. Albeit lost but not completely surrendered to me yet. Ally in front of Ruslan now, had mentioned my cold eyes again. She herself was so pretty in her expensive blue tracksuit. I had a plan on her for that very night. I had to finally dot the I. Anyway, it's great to drink a bottle for 3. We finished one bottle of vodka. Decided to keep another one. And we talked a lot of heavy metal music. It was actually me who did most of the talking with Ally. Ally once or twice mentioned it was running late. I had to do something. Several times I kissed Ally and she responded vigorously. And Ruslan didn't seem to get the message. He wasn't going to leave, he definitely was going to ruin my plans. How many times do I have to deal with hurdles? Ruslan, take this empty bottle out please. Both Ally and I expectantly glared at him. After an endless pause, Ruslan took the bottle and, very reluctantly, left us. I turned off the light. Ruslan told me later that when he was leaving us ready to kill himself, he heard Ally saying, "Now it's all obvious to him." Sure it is. I replied, it's about time for him to figure. I swear I do not remember any of this dialogues. I am taking Ruslan's word for it. I hadn't drunk so much water even during the hot hay harvesting time. We, exhausted, Fell asleep in the morning when the darkness started breaking away. Ally, it turned out, saw us almost from the very first day in this village. She had seen me with Rosa around, who will no longer dare to approach me. Wow! My grandmother's unexpected and loud knocking on the door woke me up and had me jump to my feet. Thank God, the door was latched on. Shit. I completely forgot I was to go to the center to buy some bread. But what about Ally? I looked at her. Gosh. She was so good. Naked, she was still sleeping, despite my grandma's bang at the door, like a child. Grandma left us alone and I kept feasting my eyes on Ally, couldn't help stroking her breasts, and she, still sleeping, stretched out toward me like a cat. Fucking district center. I went inside the house, woke Ruslan up and explained him the situation. I was to go to the center and Ally was still in a hut sleeping. I would appreciate if he made sure that nobody disturbed her. Ruslan, pissed off, went out to wash his face. I was late for the bus. Well and good. So I went back to my Ally in the hut again. She still was sleeping. Now, all dressed up though. Couldn't help admiring her, and she opened her eyes. My husband used to look at me when I was sleeping too. She smiled. I brought her some soap and a towel for. I was being a little nervous when Ally was washing up. What was I going to tell my grandma had she showed up? However, I had enough self-possession not to show my anxiety. I saw Ally home. She was flustered of the collective farm women passing her by to work. They sure understand everything. Never mind. We go to work. Like everybody else. Right? We sure look like it. She said, smiling. To tell the truth, I wasn't sure how did I look, but Ally looked tired and still beautiful. And happy too. And I kept admiring her furtively. What a woman. She looked gorgeous in her tracksuit with her shape of Natasha Varley on Abduction in the Caucasus, popular movie in the USSR. Only she was better. We agreed to meet at 2 p.m. at the village bridge and go to the river to swim. She would take her son along, otherwise, they may not let her go. My Uncle Reef, since he has arrived, constantly kept both of us busy, and he, along with his teenage son, was always busy repairing, fixing, and painting something. Still, we made the time for our own businesses. At 2 p.m. straight we were on that bridge. Someone has whistled to us at a distance. That was Ally, all right. Hell of a girl. And she whistles. I never learned how to whistle. This time she wore a light summer dress and she holding her 3-year-old sturdy boy. And off we went. On the Diama River shore we chose a nice place under a big tree shade. We took the tape recorder and our cameras along. By the way, I never was able to pass those taken pictures to Ally. I'll get later to that. On the way to Diama, Ally told us that when she was walking down the street on her way home from my place, she saw her ex-boyfriend Radek passing her by on the motorbike from the opposite direction with his screw-face look. He didn't even look at her. He must have figured out where you were back from. We laughed. She was good at swimming too. She turned out to be an athletics girl, the track and fields. We were having fun, swimming, taking pictures and just fooling around. Ruslan was slightly depressed, but he kept a stiff upper lip. And I couldn't help coming down to the compliments on her body shape. She flushed with happiness and eloquently expressed her regrets on me not having seen her in her swimsuits she had once. Her jealous ex-husband had torn them apart. And she flirtingly made that teasing belly dance movements. Oh, my beautiful. After swimming, we were lying on the grass under the tree listening to the music I brought and smoking. And she said that it was so good that she had met us in the village. She couldn't stand the village before, and now she even kinda liked it here. We were thirsty and we had no water with us there. Ally just walked to the middle of a self-made bridge, squatted down and drank up straight from the river. You will never get lost with a girl like this around. Ruslan and I did the same. Ruslan was spinning on a bar close by, her son digging in on the beach right next to Ruslan, finally leaving his mom alone. Ally and I asked Ruslan to look after her sonny, we'd be right back. On our way back home, all tired and happy, Allies was holding her son again who had fallen asleep, and I quietly, not to wake him up, took him off her hands. Ally was tired of carrying him all along. That was the only way to take him off her hand, otherwise, he'd never go to my hands. We tried. After a while, I was surprised how Ally could carry this weighty boy for so long. She was quite a healthy girl. Of course, I wasn't showing I was getting tired carrying her boy. Ruslan later said that Ally kept watching me all along as I was carrying her boy, somewhat measuring me. At the bridge, I kissed Ally. I no longer cared about the locals, goodbye saying her to wait there for me tonight. If they will let me go. I was desperately in love with her and was desperately trying to hide it from her. I was sure now that if I had any power over her, it was only because she didn't know how badly I was in love with her. And she was, I figured, trying to please me to catch my attention. In part I was acting this way because of her as well. It was her saying me more than once, and Ruslan heard that too, that, along with my cold eyes, she also liked men. Both looked and carried on like some sort of that Celentano, an Italian singer used to be very popular in USSR, in the movies, a bit uncouth who should be conquered. Apparently she was good at that, even run after them. That's how, if you will, she had driven me into that image of what I was, a prisoner now. Let her run about a little bit after me. And she did. And it felt fantastic to have such beauty running after me. I know it sounds cynical, but I couldn't help it. I just couldn't show any of my weaknesses before such a woman. And how did I berate myself for this after I knew I had lost her? Anyway, I and Ruslan, both relaxed back at home, were having vodka. I gave a couple of shots to my uncle too to get him off our backs that afternoon. We smoked our tasty and expensive cigarettes we could get in the USSR and talked about my ally. I was telling Ruslan on how her little boy had accidentally given her a scrape on her gums, and she asked me to examine how badly it was scratched. Fortunately it wasn't too bad, and I had a chance to see her perfect and white teeth, whereon Ruslan had commented that as it often happened, if a girl was beautiful she was perfect all along the line. It's even unfair somehow, I'd say. He said. He too was always thinking about her. He too had fallen in love with her and didn't hide it. I put my hand on his shoulder. It's okay. I wanted to give him some encouragement as a token of gratitude for giving in her to me what probably was not possible to give voluntarily. The clouds kept gathering up above us. In fact, they started gathering as we were going back from the Diama River, and now it was quiet. It was a pre-storm, sultry in the air, and the clouds were now rapidly turning dark. And we both were sitting outside smoking in blissful happiness. When you talk about her, kept on going Ruslan with his muffled and feeling voice, I often wished you had shut up, and, in the same time, I still wanted to talk about her. And, you know what? I no longer want to meet anybody else here. I was silent. I felt sorry for him. A massive storm came out at that moment and smashed out our house's gate and fences. Ally was not allowed to go to the club that night. She ran up to the club to tell me that and said she would be waiting for me at her place gate. And there we were all night long. She was wearing a white wind jacket. It was a bit cold that night after a short but violent storm. Where the hell did you spring from, my beautiful? It suddenly slipped out of my mouth. Do you really like me? She was smiled with her eyes with very long and thick natural eyelashes down. I do. I whispered, kissing her eyes. That probably was once I had said no. Breathe this out for once, forgetting about my damn cold eyes. Next day we planned to go to the Diama River to swim again. No Ruslan this time, no her son either. Her cousin brother has just arrived. He will be babysitting her son. He is a good boy. And very protective too. You'll like him when you meet him. She never came at the appointed time, 1 p.m. And I had prepared some food, water, and drinks for this time. We were going to have some fun. And for a longer time period. Waiting for her, I was busy fixing our broken gate and fences with my other relatives. Apparently, something had gone wrong with her. But what was that? Ally came an hour later, just came running up to me to say that she was leaving me, she would have to go to Ufa, her mother had just arrived. Her cousin brother showed up riding right behind her on the bike with her son sitting with him, warmly greeted me and they passed us by. Right now we're heading out to the next village. What is it with you? She suddenly asked me. For how long? What? You'll be out. For 3 days, she followed with her eyes her cousin and son. I told my brother about you. I think he likes you. We were standing in the middle of this very broad village street, I was still holding a big iron bar I was digging a hole with for our front gate column, and I was stripped to the waist wearing an old pair of worn-out blue jeans, and she, dressed up nicely in her new pair of jog pants, sneakers, and white t-shirt, with no bra under it, very bold of her, especially in a remote place with a predominantly Muslim population, with a light bag hanging on her shoulder. We said goodbye in a very reserved manner and Ally ran to catch up with the bike. They had to cover 20 more kilometers to get to that village. She promised to be in the club in 3 days and would wait for me there. Sure thing. 3 fucking days. The neon kept flashing in my head. I was desperate. I suddenly observed a woman watching me from over the top from behind her gate in the yard with her hand covering her eyes from the sun. Here we go. There is another one watching in the same manner from the yard opposite. Fuck. I always thought that it was a siesta time, in the middle of heat, the village seemed to be so depopulated. In these 3 days, we had fixed our gate and fence. And split the logs. My childhood friend came from his work to his days off. And the next day, that very day of Ally's arrival, my auntie from Ufa came with her niece, my sister cousin Sveta. My auntie immediately asked us if we were seeing somebody. You bet. I was bragging, you have never seen anybody as beautiful as the one I am seeing now. She was the best auntie I ever had. Well, up until she paid visits to some of our relatives. She was back really mad at me, she was coming at me ready to pull my thick, back then, hair off my fucking head. I had to run for my life from her in circles inside our yard, exhausting her. What the heck had I done this time? Please. My crime was that I was dating a married woman of a dubious reputation. Not only that. People saw me carrying her baby in my arm. She was going to kill me good. At that moment I remembered women peeping from behind their gates. That night I went to the club. My ally was supposed to be waiting for me there. When I came I was informed that Ally was there all right. She must have been inside right then, watching a movie. I went inside, sat down on an empty seat and waited for my eyes to get adjusted to the darkness, so I could find Ally. And I heard the steps. High heel steps. My ally. Steps coming closer. And now here comes and sits right next to me. Rosa. Fuck. Hi. She was so happy, missed me. I stood up. Where are you going? She asked, startled. I need a smoke, I just couldn't see her. I found Ruslan in the hall and had him find Ally for me and get her out. He was my real friend. I took Ally to my place, and it felt good again. This time I was struck by Ally's eagerness to have this out with Rosa right then. She had said this, as long as I am here, you will not see her. Right after that she, however, recollected herself and said that she, in fact, wouldn't fight for a boy. Nevertheless, with Ally around I never saw Rosa close by. Having such a stunningly beautiful girl who is ready to fight for you, that was something new to me. Judging by the euphoria that I was feeling all this time while she was with me, the dopamine level in my blood was probably higher than ever. And I never had that self-confidence ever before as I had with her around. Sveta, my cousin sister, met Ally and was thrilled with her. All the local young people of the village admired or envied us, the happy and relaxed ones. and I, madly in love with her, was acting like spoiled fancy pants who, in fact, had the situation under control. That's how it looked from outside anyway. I didn't play, I lived in the image of that cool guy, and the girls started saying that I was becoming too arrogant to them all. An ally complained that she had few friends, and kept losing them. Everything here was against her. Well, at least her ex-boyfriend had finally left her alone. He used to be all over her before I came along. And her relatives keep forcing her to marry, and now they were having a go on her for hanging around at nights. Her uncle once threatened her to get her out of his house. "You will live with me," I said casually, blowing smoke rings in my hut. "I will have to pick up all my stuff then." She was serious, and I bit my tongue. I thought of my aunt. No, I wasn't ready for that yet. We no longer were going to the club, Ally would come to my place instead. Being with Ally, I was getting skinny, and the guys said that I no longer looked as impressive as I used to, but I was sure I never had been as militant as then with her around. With my testosterone level going wild, I was aggressive and ready to tear apart anyone for her. It was a shame I had never shown that as she did on me with Rosa. And she was telling me a lot of stories, like when she was a cause of severe fights at discos in Dushanbe. One day she was hiding from her drunken boyfriend, who in a fit of jealousy threatened to kill her, and furiously rode a motorcycle in the search for her through the night city until he got himself killed in a crash. In the city of Ufa, after splitting up with her husband, she never said divorced. She was sitting all day alone in a cafe, in a state of prolonged depression, where in the cafe she met the metalheads gang, the aggressive young guys, the heavy metal rock music lovers. She made friends with all of them and got fascinated by the hard and heavy rock music and all these rallies and entourage like leathers, chains that surrounded them. They constantly hang out in that cafe. They had the band leader called Redhead, her new boyfriend. Then her Ufa relatives had her go here to the village. I knew she was holding something back on me, but I didn't want to know too much about her past. I was in love with her too much to want to know too much about her. I do not remember how much time had passed, a week or two, when we realized that we missed the river. We never went since our last time. We fixed this right for the next day. We went down there that very night. That's how it worked there. We got out to the street from our den. The night was still young and it was still busy out there. An accordion played somewhere across the street, somebody whistled at the other end of the street along with echoing laughter. And on our gates bench there probably was half of our street population. The crowd was passing around a large bottle of a scented mead, each taking a good pull from it. That was Azit, who had stolen it from his paternal apiary store. It was real environmentally friendly belly wash we liked for the occasions like this. I and Ally had a good pull each as well. Then I saw my little cousin Sis in the crow and was about to chase her home. Wasn't she too young to drink the mead yet? I was still responsible for her. She said it was too late, she'd already had it. And Azit asked me not to send her home, please. I could trust him. We were good childhood friends after all. Okay, I said, as long as he was going to stake his life on her. 3 years later, they, Azit and Sveta, got married. The night was fabulous. The moon was huge and bright. Here came Fail, Gizmanov singer guy, riding a horse harnessed to a cart full with hay that never made its destiny, and whooping guys and laughing girls. "Where are you up to?" we asked him. "To the river." "Here we go." The idea to go there right then, well after midnight, sounded good indeed. The crowd set out to the river. On the way there we got stretched out and broke into small groups and couples. I and Ally found ourselves in the middle of a lonely track, lost in an uncut meadow under the bright moonlit. The village was far behind now, almost as far to the river yet, barely audible distance voices. I was about to start kissing Ally when we suddenly heard a distinct grunt in a bush ahead of us. I froze and Ally almost fainted first, but right there she suggested that it was someone playing tricks on us, and I decisively moved to the sound. Of course. It was them, Azit and Sveta, squatting in the bush. they laughed happy with the effects they had on us. I chased Azit fooling around a little bit. Finally we all four made it to the river. Diama River looked beautiful, shimmering with the reflected moonlight and mysteriously black forest on the height of the opposite bank. We all wanted to swim. The problem was that neither Ally nor I had swimming gears. Each solved the problem in its own way. I announced that I'd swim naked and immediately got undressed. He really did that. Sveta turned away, spluttering and chuckling, and ran and jumped into the water. Fuck, it was good. Swimming at night in a river like this. Ally had jumped after me with her blouse on, she put her clothes neatly folded on the grass. Quite a different story was with Azit and Sveta. They had their swimwear on them all right. All four of us were noisily tumbling about in the river. Azit took an empty bottle and swam to the middle of the river and ducked under with it. He, being a local village boy, knew all the water springs coming out at the bottom of the river, so he filled up the bottle at the bottom of the river with incredibly cold and tasty water. Exhausted, we got to the shore. Laughing, Ally said that I being naked in the light of the moon looked like I was wearing a nice white bathing suit. The good effect of my approach was that I had dry clothes on me when I got dressed up. I gave Ally my sweatpants so she could keep her clothes dry. Soon Fail showed up with his cart full with young people making a din and with the restless accordion player. Ruslan was with them all right. Judging by the fun they were having, they must have passed around quite a few more bottles of mead on their way here. We took some pictures, danced to the accordion, and just fooled around. A poor horse took us all back to the village. And we kept riding through the village. All along Ally watched Fail to be easy with the horse. Then early in the morning Fail each and everybody delivered home. Ally went home in my pants. We agreed to go with her to the river the next day to the same place. Just the two of us. If I only knew that was it, that was our last night. Someone was calling me out in a drawling manner in my dream. I jumped up of Ruslan's strong kick in my side. Are you fucking crazy? I was on him and he pointed, look who is here. That was Ally calling me out in the courtyard. It was still early in the morning, the sun had not risen yet. I came out to her. I am leaving with my mother. I came running all the way through to say goodbye to you and get this back to you. She handed me the package with my sweats. To say goodbye, you say? I felt sick. Not again. I'll be back in a week, but you will not be here. I know. That was true, our vacation was coming to its end. Whenever I think of that moment I always kick myself. I would never forgive myself for how I was saying goodbye to her, to my most beloved woman as it has turned out up until I met Urka. I must have been half awake. I slept no more than 3 to 4 hours a day on that vacation, I reckon. And now Ally was standing next to me, having just run across the half of the vast village and calling out for me, and I could not wake up, just moaned in response, until Ruslan gave me a good kick in my stomach to animate me a bit, and me who still didn't seem to understand what was going on. I would have been hurt if someone had said goodbye to me the way I was saying to her. I sat in front of her, I was totally lost, and Ally, as usual, was gorgeous, looked fresh and beautiful, just out of the bandbox in her pink trousers and a white shirt. I was silent, resentful because Ally was leaving me. After a very long and inhospitable pause from my side, Ally had offered to exchange our addresses. There was no pen around, and I wouldn't go inside the house. It wouldn't want to wake my grandmother up to have her open the door for me at this ungodly hour. Maybe someday I'll see you, said Ally, leaving. I said nothing. Depressed, I climbed back into the hut, and Ruslan, who had not slept, began to urge me to go to catch her up and give her my mail address at least. If I were you, I would have caught her up and asked her to marry me. What a fucking stupid you are. We both indeed were in love with her, and I came to a fucking screeching halt. It all was too much for me to handle it. This love must have played tricks on me. I kept staying inside the hut, all sick and freaked out. I then left my postal address for Ally to write to me. I had an asseveration from my Sveta that she would pass it to her. She never did. And how I waited for a letter from her. And what a letter I have prepared for her, waiting on its wings and never taken off. And those beautiful pictures she has never received. If I had received a short line from her, I swear she would become my wife. My mom, by Ally's pictures, immediately figured out whose daughter she was, and wouldn't mind me marrying her. After this affair with Ally, we both, me and Ruslan, have become completely different persons. Ruslan, by the way, had no affair with any of the village girls on that vacation. I do not know why exactly, but right after the vacation Ruslan had gotten very sick and got himself hospitalized and stayed there nearly for a month. And I had a very strong immunity against any diseases and love as well. At that time I met student girls from Leningrad who came to our region with the student construction crew in the summer. We had some good time, but there was no love, no sex, just friendly relations. After Ally, I swear to God, I had no attraction to any woman for maybe 7 or more months. At the same time, after Ally, I had that absolute confidence in myself. Now I knew that everything was possible for me. Ruslan, on the other hand, had lost such a self-confidence of his he always had. He lost it for good, as it had turned out. For a very long time after Ally, I still kept comparing my other girlfriends with her with the same summary: Ally was still better. And Ruslan consistently and sincerely agreed. In my homeroom, and then in the North hostel room, I had enlarged photos of her hanging on the wall. My cousin Sveta, as I said, never passed my address to her, although saw her all right. Later I learned that it was her inherent typical irresponsible attitude and lack of any seriousness in her. She'd never do what she was asked to. Totally unreliable person. Later she herself would seriously suffer because of that. I tried to find Ally, or at least find out something about her. She had gotten married, and she had 3 kids. That auntie of mine from Ufa made a considerable contribution to that we never saw each other again. She was preserving our family reputation. Apparently, Ally did not fit into her rustic, patriarchal, modest and a hard-working man's woman. I don't talk with that aunt of mine I once loved. I had enough of one her remarks: your dad also loved to come to the village just to have fun. I was supposed to come to the village and spend my whole vacation cutting hays and digging potatoes. All in accordance to her shabby ideas on how a person should spend his holidays. Ruslan, after our vacation, tried hard to redeem himself, but I've completely lost interest in this kind of our competitions, and he, for some reason, could never redeem himself. It no longer worked for him, and if he ever met someone, he now would hide her from me. 2 years after my departure to the north, he married a girl, and a year later he had a daughter with Down syndrome. I never believed it was his daughter. I had good reasons to believe that, but I have never said that to him. He has made his choice. And Ally, if she remembers me at all, probably was sure I had forgotten her very next day after she left. And never was thinking about her. The way I had behaved with her during her saying goodbye to me, what else she could think of me carrying along like that? Ally, my little doll. That was the shortest but strongest love I ever had in my life. It would be good for you to know that. I'm still loving you. Remember that song we used to listen to a lot? 14.4 My wife, what's that? She asked me, pointing at a pack of pills in my suitcase's inner pocket when she was packing me up. Well, I was lost a bit. It's, Levitra. It's what? Well, it's, like Viagra, only better. You what? Are you fucking nuts? Stop. I grabbed the pills. They never have come in handy yet, but oops. It was the wrong thing to say again. I put the Levitra pills back in my suitcase pocket. They still were there now with me in this tropical paradise. My wife never touched them. No, I would never trade my precious wife to anyone else. Who else in the world would put up with an asshole like me? This book better makes me rich or my wife will fucking kill me for it. In fact, it was because of her I was writing this book in English. I thought it was a good idea then. Up until my boss, Graham, read a chapter from it. The nastiest I wrote on my craziest one. I was stupid to upload it on my social network. Well, let's move on, then. My friends. You never know where you may find or lose. I didn't want to get married, especially I didn't want to marry her. When she met me on the street outside a grocery shop and said that we needed to talk, I felt really cold inside. That was it. I knew it. I had just been busted. In her youth she reminded me the French singer Patricia Cass, and later, much later, the two different men and a family, we were close in touch with, said she looked like Princess Diana and even wanted to have their sons meet my daughter, the daughter of Princess Diana, that is. Well, they certainly must have jumped the gun with the princess stuff, but still, it felt damn good. I never thought my wife was beautiful. I was even shy to go out with her. I was also annoyed by her bad manners. I thought that she was somewhat stupid, although she somehow managed to get a higher education, she was, apparently, proud of. And I'm way too allergic to stupidity, as I suppose you've noticed that, and I think the thoughtful reader of mine understands my deep root cause for that. It was this irreparable stupidity that always pissed me off in my sister. And I also managed to find myself my wife like that. She has never cheated on me, despite her irresistible sexuality, even when I was leaving her for a long time. I tell you what. If that had been the case, I'd understand that and I would never make a scene because of that. Don't tell her about that though. She said she wished she could do it, but she always had that superstitious fear on cheating and, you know, I trust her. I believe her. I wouldn't have lived with her if I hadn't. We had been through everything in our youth. Frankly, I treated her bad. Apparently I could not forgive her forcing me into marrying her. I never have beaten her up, but I always had issues with her. I did not like that she never shared my refined musical tastes, never would leave me alone to concentrate on my English classes. She always had more pressing things for me to do instead. She wouldn't allow me to watch TV at nights because she wanted to sleep in peace. We had a small one-bedroom apartment we only could afford. She wasn't beautiful enough for me and she slouched. And I always had an answer to any of her claims. I warned you. Or, I wasn't the one who wanted to get married. Well, we had our differences. And I was cruel to her. And we learned how to deal with that. The main difference was that she, despite everything, loved me, and I was never in love with her. Never. When she saw me first, she didn't like me at all. Some tracked prime mover driver. A bit disheveled, a bit unkempt. That was her first impression on me. And she was a lady from the accounting department, who came to the field with the inspection. She joined our company through our mutual friends who had gathered to celebrate our victory day at a bakery where a good friend of mine was working. I didn't like her too. Not at first glance anyway. She was tall and awkward. Had somebody said that in 3 years she will be my wife, I would probably kill him. Vasily the baker also dismissed her. She was way too tall for him. One dance would be enough for me to judge a girl, to see her potentials. Wow. Was my impression after my first dance with her. She looked very promising. She wasn't just some sleeping, and about ready to wake up, volcano, she was some fucking caldera, for crying out loud. Frankly, I hadn't seen that kind of lady yet. Her responsive and sensual reactions, despite her hard attempt to fight them back, to my accidental touches while we danced, really impressed me. This could be either a shuddering breath more like a suppressed groan, or some faint and involuntary stretches a young female cat would do when in heat. Or she was about to faint. No wonder my friend Jaeger, when he first met her, he called her the princess. Couldn't have said any better myself. Princess and the P. That what she was. I wasn't sure if it was fun for her or torture to dance. But everybody seemed to enjoy dancing with her. That I have noticed. That's the way she drew my attention. But she noticed me when I, all of a sudden, being a mere prime mover driver, began to speak English to an expat from England who has joined our company. Everyone at the table was impressed by that, including her. The expats just began to explore their opportunity to invest in oil production in this country, causing excitement all along among the local population. Not that she started to care about me after that little episode, but she somehow, as she told me later, imbued some respect towards me immediately after that. And I almost made a local star all of a sudden. I was the only one who spoke English out in the sticks. A construction manager, who happened to be with us at the party, told me that I could safely approach him with my waybill tickets, and they all will be signed, no matter whether I worked or repaired the vehicle, what I normally did because it was so old. And I decided to keep the princess and volunteered to see her home, being very confident that I would be rewarded for that. When we entered her room, I, being so sure of myself, leaned toward her. As she told me later, she was really scared of that my move, so strong, so imminent, and fast. She started pushing me out. I was shocked. That was the last thing I expected. She called the hotel manager to have me kicked out. That's how we met. She was almost 3 months pregnant when she married me. My friends, especially my friends' wives, said that I should be rejoicing to have a wife and a child too, all in one. What else did I need to be any happier? They were damn right. Especially when she gave birth to my beautiful daughter. It was immediately clear to me that she, in fact, was beautiful. From her very childhood the people were constantly paying attention to her. She was only 4 years old when in Cyprus she asked me, "Daddy, am I really beautiful?" Of course, my bird, very much so. The hot Cypriots would vigorously express their admiration with her, and a restaurant owner once even offered us a meal and a beer on the house to get our kids married when they grow up. His son was 6 years old. I thought that he was too old for her though. Yes. I have a beautiful daughter. She is grown up and taller than me now. She is a university student. She is my greatest piece of luck in my worthless life. Irina, that's her name by the way, always has been a good housekeeper. She might be a bit clupper, but she kept everything clean and in order, and she was an excellent cook too. This virtue has never been first in my scale, I would say. Yes, I really enjoy to eat, but overall I always been unpretentious in food. Unlike my dad, who was a good cook too, and his typical food was both very tasty and not good for health, I loved his big wonderful burgers fried in very oily and thick animal fat. He always put the food first, an echo, a scar of his hungry wartime childhood. My mom, however, never been good at cooking. Neither did she like cooking for that matter. So my dad, probably, took the whole cooking thing in his hands. I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt me much if Irina didn't cook that well. But she did. I mean, everything she touched turned very tasty. The side effect was, I quickly started gaining weight, and I always struggle with that now. Hey. I'm not going to write about everything. Sorry about that. I'd only say that everything seemed to be alright with us. More than that. In the first months of our life together, she showed her explosive temper. It was also true that she ran across my "I did not ask you to marry me" things. And my constant threats that I would quickly pack up all my belongings, thank God I hadn't much back then, and leave her. Normally that would be enough to cool her down quickly. Over time, she learned to control her emotions. Not for fear of losing me now, she just got wiser. She is minding my health now. I am still a supporter. We used to have our differences. When she was young she could, at my presence, talk on the phone to a friend of hers saying something like this about someone: "He's a good guy," despite being a Tatarian. Maybe I'd agree with her deep in my heart. I would often suffer the most from my own people. Both in the army and after. Remember Julia? She is a Tatarian bitch, all right. But still, I was amazed by her lack of tact. Especially when she once, being wild with her emotions, sent a telegram to my parents with the words "Damn Tatarva." I had hit her for it. That was the only time ever. Many years later I apologized to her for that. She was surprised. She completely had forgotten about me ever hitting her, and she claimed that this had never happened. Zero, zip, nothing. I am very grateful to her for that. I must pay tribute to her. Over the years she has become more or less tactful in many things, especially when it came to ethnic matters. She has learned to control herself for most of the time. Probably I have gotten used to her. So many things with her I take for granted that, sometimes, I think that I would probably be gone without her. If I go on either a long business trip or to work or on vacation, yeah, this happens too, she always packed me up. When I unpack my things in a hotel, I never cease to admire her. Everything is always neatly ironed and smelled so fresh, so good. She had been ironing all my shirts and pants all night long while I was peacefully sleeping before hitting the road. That what I was thinking about her looking at that pill she had never touched. You see, I never loved her, so, in general, I did not feel much remorse when I cheated on her. I even didn't hide it much from her. After all, I had warned her that it wasn't a good idea to marry me, nothing good would come out of it, but she went with me through all the hardships, almost never reproaching me and adjusting herself to my difficult character. She has done the impossible. She almost had me fallen in love with her. In a very mature age of ours, we realized that the most interesting thing we had yet to come. With her, I have experienced one of the strongest shocks of my life. It was when I learned that she, a few weeks before her 50th anniversary, cheated on me with a young, divorced, and very creative person. How did this happen? It was probably my fault as well. Probably it was me who wanted a smack of pepper in my dish. Probably I wanted to animate a little bit some of my feelings to her or something. We have been grown weary of each other. I have never been happy with her. Well, it wouldn't be really me if I did not try to revive my family life. Add some colors to it, so to speak. When I was over my 50s I had a job with long overseas trips. Well, sometimes I was drawn to some kind of adventures. I tried though not to go too far beyond the erotic massages which were so good in those hot lands. When you read my chapter about massage in Indonesia, you will understand me. Yes. In fact, it was this massage to blame. Since the work was very hard to find then, my wife took a job on rotation with long hitches as well. And with short days off which did not coincide with mine. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before the inevitable happened. In fact, even though I worked on rotation almost all my working career, it was reckless of me to leave such a sensual woman like my wife alone for a long time, especially for 3, 5, or even 6 months. I used to tease her sometimes, but when she got to work, I felt that she was really getting horny. Although she wrote to me that there was nobody to put her eyes on, all were freaks and alcoholics. One day, I wrote to Irina about that massage and said that with her permission I wanted to go to one. She wouldn't mind, even took heart for me and a bit lamented a fact that she had not even an ordinary massage at her work, let alone the erotic ones. And she asked if there were such massages for women there? No. Our masseuses did not do any erotic massage for women, I had asked. And here she said that one person had made a proposal to her, and she wanted it so bad. Very very bad. But she was scared. Scared about getting busted by the security and about her reputation being ruined, and, above all, she didn't know him at all. What if he was a maniac? And no conditions at all. And we had not seen each other for about 6 months by then, and she had been at work for 2.5 months fighting back her desires. What? I wrote back to her with my heart pumping, my ears ringing and my fingers shaking, when I was at work by the desktop at my office. Have you gone mad? Of course, go ahead. Don't lose a chance. Especially at our age. It is out of the question. It will cure everything, even your runny nose you have just complained about. She had just caught a cold, One condition though. You will tell me everything. I had pushed her to the decision, I presume. I felt my cheeks burning red. Well, I said, whatever is good for you is good for me, you know me. Thank you, said my wife, still not sure if it will be good for me. But the proposal was received this morning. And it is still not clear with places yet. You will have a new experience in your life. Go ahead. Okay, she said and thanked me for that. These conversations with her and thoughts about it had turned me on incredibly. I was so excited, feeling the rush of adrenaline and endorphins driving me to dizziness. But the proposal was received this morning. How did it look? I wondered. How would it all happen? Did he just came over to her and said, let's go have some sex? And she immediately agreed? I immediately thought of all my girlfriends I had affair with. Not the lowest whore would have put it out to me if I had dared to carry on like that. She'd be scared, I guess. Something did not feel right there. But what was it? I would give a lot to find out. Hey. That was not easy, I tell you, running ahead. Well, she had scheduled sex with someone and I had Indonesian massage with handjob at the ending waiting for me ahead in the evening. However, that evening she wrote to me again that this thing might never take place, she was scared to get caught red-handed by the security, and that she didn't know him at all. And the people there were swarming all around them, it was very hard to get one-to-one with him to arrange this. I reassured her and said again that she should not miss such an opportunity, and that we both were of ripe age, and who knows how much of our life we yet had left to rejoice. And to get her further on, I said that I was going to have my masseuse undressed when she would be massaging me. I wasn't confident if that would work out for her, I knew too well my wife, she probably would never make her mind to it. Otherwise, I would have been more careful with all that thing I had enthusiastically gotten involved in. Later, I joyfully wrote to her that I had a really good massage. She was glad for me and asked if I had the pretty one doing it in my room, not in her parlor. And, all of a sudden, she wrote, do not call me, he is sitting right next to me. This her last message I read early in the morning because after the massage I fell asleep almost immediately and had a very good and peaceful sleep. After reading this, I instantly got excited and wrote back to her, be sure to tell me what the outcome was. I am sure that you have all worked out for you. I'm happy for you. You can't imagine how I was waiting for her joyful messages with descriptions of her impressions. But there were none. I wrote her about the massage I had and the naked masseuse who allowed me to touch her, though being a bit shy of this. But still, there were no feedbacks from Irina. I was beginning to think that things took place with them, but something must have gone wrong, or she was just being nervous for cheating on me and hiding from me. None of my messages on Skype has ever been returned. I've asked her to give me a signal so I would know she's alive at least. Silence. I couldn't get her to call me. In the evening, back at home, I remembered that I had some money on my Skype account and I called her to her cell phone. She was still at work when she picked up her phone on me. Her voice was cheerful. And she was like, hey. You lost me. I was like, where have you been? I have something wrong with my Skype, I can't recover my password, even the IT pros tried to help me, it did not work. Can you speak? I am not alone right now, but I'm walking out. She went out. And she sighed somehow happily and prepared to answer my questions. At that moment I realized that it all worked out for her all right. Well, how was it? Excellent, better than I expected. It flashed in my mind, better. My heart was pounding. I felt happy for her. Excited, I congratulated her. And she was like, people are here. But she clearly wanted to talk about it. Just say only yes or no. He got his hands on it. Yes. Not just hands. What about you? No. Why not? She, not ready yet. He has arranged the room, the next time we will go to the town, he will book the hotel room. And she told me that he had something done to her and it was so terribly pleasant, but what it was I was unable to find out. The connection was bad, and she was too shy to talk out loud, there were people around. I asked her to write. No promises, she said, a lot of work to do. And she has never written, no matter how I asked her. But I was intrigued. What did he do to her anyway? Was it that she has never allowed me to do? No, she just simply said. And I had a storm of emotions swept over me. I did not realize what it was first. There were joy and jealousy at the same time. That was probably the masochism, the thought of my wife, on her past and planned sex with someone who just the day before had made an offer. And she loved it? And I knew, from then on, her memories of this would always bring me on again and again. After the phone call with my wife, I called a local girl and was boning her all night long while all my thoughts still were about my wife only. That night and the next day at work. She never got her Skype to work, and I so wanted to talk to her. She even did not write to me. After several my text messages, she only replied that she loved and missed me, that she already had bought tickets to go home, that she was okay, and I felt she was so dear to me. I also experienced the incredible gratitude to her for having such confidence in me. Now I would kill to hear her first impressions, while they are not eclipsed by the others to come. I couldn't concentrate at work. But neither she would be in a hurry to share her impressions with me by mail, saying she had no time at work. I just kept asking her to tell me briefly what it was he had done I had never done, and she liked it so much. She wouldn't tell me. And in the evening I finally received a message from her in which she wrote, "You only can call me after 8 o'clock. Please take into consideration that not a single word is ever allowed on intimate topics since he is sitting right next to me almost all the time at his workplace. He certainly works outside on sites as well, but may come in at any moment and, besides, people are around. The only Wi-Fi access I have is at work. And I have no headphones, so when I'm talking to you all around will hear what you say. So please, don't let me down. I am doing all right. Kiss and hug you tightly." I did not even realize what it was. Here we are, I would only say it. That was the end of my working day, and on my way home I finally realized what had happened. From my hotel room, I gave her a call and poured to her what I had built up in me since that indecent proposal when she had put me on the back burner. Now I had to ask her lover for permission to talk to her? Strictly at a certain time. A bit too much. Wasn't it? It's what usually to be written to a lover that she had written to me, her husband. She should remember that I had vocalized my condition. Go ahead, but you tell me everything. I only wanted to be involved, to dance in the rain with her and for her. Because she still was mine, whom I only let go for a walk. And now look at her. First, she shut her Skype down. Neither she was writing to me anything. And the people keep interfering with her to talk on the phone. Fine. Now I shouldn't give her a call because he was always around. Now everything would be not even on her, on his conditions. Well, do whatever you want. I am not going to call you anymore, and never shall I write to you either. That's fucking it. She started telling me that I got it all wrong when I, in a rage, hang up on her. She immediately wrote me an email, please not to go crazy. She couldn't work. She really meant that she didn't have much time at work, and after work, she didn't have access to the internet. She asked me not to break her heart. Then she justified herself that it only was necessary for her good health because she was feeling so bad that she had to struggle to move her feet. She was fighting back her desires there for 2.5 months before she gave up. She was a human being too after all. I kept telling her that had accepted that. What's good for her health, it's okay for me. I just didn't want to find myself pushed aside. That I will never tolerate. In the end, we agreed that she would share her experiences, whenever she had time. And I promised to wait patiently. She asked me not to be jealous. I wrote that was impossible. I was being terribly jealous of her and, at the same time, I was terribly happy for her. I even didn't know what of either I had more in me. She wasn't impressing me much in my youth but was becoming more and more delight in my adulthood. She had admired me this time as well. When I asked her if he was younger than me, she said not much. But divorced. It would have been better for me if he had been married. I knew that I had started a dangerous game with yet unknown consequences this time. I had some hope though that we would overcome this and she'd appreciate my act. Perhaps I extended her youthfulness and revived our relationship. But also I could have lost her just when we so have gotten used to each other. I did not want to think about the latter. Finally, she had finished her hitch and went to our daughter, and I continued to work in Indonesia. At home, she got involved with her daughter and other household chores and had no time again for me. I can't get on at your command. That's what she said to my yet another request. Sure, she can, I said. In the morning she had a proposal and in that very evening she ran for it. It wasn't that way, she said. Okay, what way then it was? I had to know everything. Had they at least used condoms? What if he was sick? Being jealous I didn't know any better what smoke I was blowing to her. She wrote me back to be a man since we both were in such a position. She also complained of a tight timetable and that I simply should forgive and forget her, as she had done to me more than once. In general, she was triumphant, and I was furious. She wrote this: I know I hurt your feelings, you always told me that I was old and useless. All of a sudden, I have collapsed your world. I have been stubbornly resisting though. I've seen you 6 months ago, for just a few days. Think about it, how much has passed. I am a living person too. For the first time in my life I felt some protection and respect at work. I always had to take care of myself and everyone could get nasty on me, etc. Now, knowing only a tiny bit of how one could be comfortable at work, I envy those wives whose husbands or anyone else could get work for them. It's okay. It's a pity that your personal pride has gone too far over the fact that an old and weak woman like your wife had to go into the unknown on her own to work and earn for our family, our daughter. I know you'd say you were doing it all the time and I appreciate it. But you're a man. And I still have 2 houses and I am taking care of our daughter, etc. Well, I can't, my tears are running down. I have a lot to do, now I do not know when I come back home again. And yet, mind you, when you come on your days off, you having some rest and everybody should run around you. And me. I have so many things to do and I need some rest too. And here you are with your mad letters. To understand me, you need to be in my shoes and under the Spartan conditions, and I am a woman, please do not forget that fact. You see? No trace of repent. Yes, I agree that we were both to blame. But it was her who incited and drew me into it, and then was hiding from me. Well, I wrote that I had in Indonesia girlfriends too. A lot of them. Much younger than 30, there was a nightclub rock singer among them, a flight attendant, a bar and the car rental owner, all were successful and beautiful. And they all loved me. I even sent few photos to her, seemingly they did not hit her. I also wrote that if she had been clever enough, she could extend our youthfulness, what I really expected. And she had turned everything on her ear instead, of all possible options she had chosen the worst. Why she was doing this to me? All would go wrong on her right next hitch at work. None would be ever looking at her after him. Only I would not touch her either. Because I'd feel nasty and disgusting. She did not want to be mine whom I would be admiring, then she'd be nobody's. And I ended up saying she could go and fuck herself. She only asked me to calm down in return, and stop exhausting both of us. She couldn't take it anymore. And why do I think it felt better with him to her, anyway? It didn't. And she begged me to have some peaceful sleep. If we keep harassing each other, we won't last long. She was fascinating. It didn't. So for the first time in her life she was asserting herself, I mean leaning in on me. I couldn't help admiring her. I was admiring and hating her fiercely in one breath. That wasn't cheating itself I couldn't forgive her for, but the fact she has put her love life ahead of me. Yes, I mean I have allowed it, however monstrous it might sound, but only on a condition that she would share with me everything. It has been critical to me to know all her emotional experiences. I could not forgive her for the fact that she has placed him above me. Do not call me, he is sitting right next to me. This is what she was supposed to say to him, get out of here, my husband is calling. Irina, despite me fooling around, has always been first in my life, and many, by the way, resented that. The only thing that could be said in her lame excuse that it probably must have really happened to her for the first time or she otherwise would have behaved a little bit more ethical towards me, would not be humiliating me with this her do not call me, he is seating right next to me. Unless she has completely gone crazy. Irina kept saying that it all was just purely for health and no strings were attached. It was only her next hitch I figured out that she was in love with him, as I wrote her about my guess, and she wouldn't even worry to deny. Attacks of my frenzied jealousy would then be followed by my love for her. It was then I realized that I loved her for real, not just pretending anymore as I used before. The 24 years of living together really meant something to me. That also meant she was still fucking good if she got picked up by a young guy like her boyfriend. Anyway, Irina was packing up for her next hitch when my letters with conciliatory parting words were followed with frantic bouts of jealousy ones. To all my attempts to talk to her about it, she would reply that she had no opportunity, no privacy to talk quietly with me, to what I would immediately rage, saying that it was much harder for her to find some privacy for me than it was for him. She couldn't get alone at work, then at home, she couldn't talk about it on my command. I reminded her of how she was turning me down on the phone. Me. Her husband, not her boyfriend. Hasn't that left a scar in my mind? Breaking up with her, it was like quitting smoking, not an easy undertaking. Apparently, she had forgotten how hard for me it was to give up smoking, and now she thinks that I have never smoked, but sooner or later I'd do that. That's when she would find privacy and time and eloquence and a willingness to do whatever on my command, just to get me back. But it would be too late. It was already. At times, I could not imagine any physical contact with her. On the train to her work, she would have time to think and count on how many times she had turned me down at work since early September, her first sex with him. Think about my condition at that time. And I wrote to her Skype that was for her to have a good sleep at night, that I was going to a cafe with a young beautiful local girl. Next morning I sent a detailed photo and a letter in what I said that I long wanted to retire, to get me a dog, a French bulldog actually, to do some translation hack work at times and walk a dog in rainy mornings, but I had to pretend to be a ladies' man instead, at my 50-fucking-1 years. Yes, I wanted something to get back at her with. Yes. I had to overcome myself. Yes, I've gone crazy, she must have had second sight. But when I had gotten laid with her, to bust a nut, I even had to bring up my Irina's image having sex with another guy, young and strong. I wanted to cry. I felt sorry for her at once. Did she feel sorry for me once? Did she? And here came her immediate answer, without that former triumph and arrogance of hers. I do not even know what to say and what to write. Forgive me if you can. Please don't get any dose, I am begging you, if this has not already happened. You got me out of a rut yesterday. I could not do anything, and I am running out of my days off and still have a lot to do. I do not know how to help you, tell me. Don't wind up things. I am not asbestos, I've been telling you. If you keep going on me like this, I won't be able to work even if I make it to the work. Yesterday I tried to take my mind off those things. I went for shopping. It was impossible to escape though. Even the strangers, seeing my condition, were saying something, trying to put me at ease. Whenever I remember, what kind of working conditions are there, I really don't want to go to work. Maybe that's why almost everyone is drinking secretively there, despite the risk of being deprived of the wages, fined or even fired. I can't even concentrate on anything. I'd better stop. The more I write, the more you are getting egged. Please don't be mad. After all, you are at work and bosses are watching you and make conclusions about you. Listen to me. After this letter, I went to a new phase of reconciliation with her. She wrote that she would quit. The working conditions were terrible anyway. I wrote not to do it because of me. It was very hard to find any job then. And she went back to work and we exchanged our love letters. I even remembered in one of those letters, for the first time, about the first sex we ever had. She replied that she had read this letter and experienced blissful pleasure. I was turned on as I wrote letters and she was apparently excited as she was reading them. And somehow, I felt that somewhere 5 days after she had appeared at work, she began to see him again. In a letter, she wrote that yesterday, I was at a birthday party and had some wine with wine glasses and was eating sultana raisins. And today she was tired and, after a sauna, she was going to sleep. She would even skip her dinner. And once again she reminded that she was mine and no one's else. Obviously, something was going on out there. Next morning I wrote to her that I had a feeling that she just had a great time, to which she replied, "It's unbelievable how you feel me." She obviously had resumed her contacts with him and I was consumed with jealousy and sexed up simultaneously. With my progressively sick brain, I tried to recreate her feelings in my mind on how she was running down when she got that proposal for the first time, due to the fact that it was indeed first time ever for her, combined with an unusual set of circumstances. She must have been torn apart between her desires and fears. It must have been really spicy. I remembered how easily she was picked up and always invited to dance at parties we were at together, a la wide shut-up eyes movie style. Her pheromones and long legs apparently did the trick. Later, when we finally met at our home, she told me that when she was going to her second hitch at work, she was sure that she would no longer go out with him. But she was wrong. Well, I had texted her a message the meaning of which boiled down to the fact that if she didn't respond to my messages, I would always pile up the agony, and if she denied any contacts with him, I still would not believe a word. And that I loved her. She showed my text to him, as she told me later. Now I am pretty much sure she had been showing the rest of my texts, if not all of them. Meanwhile, my company had bought tickets for me to go home for my days off, and in 3 weeks we were supposed to meet. And my jealousy continued to grow again, especially at times when I could not get through to her or did not get any answers from her to my messages for a long time, and it was driving me into a panic. In one of those moments, I phoned her and said she was anywhere but her office. She was obviously confused and did not find anything to say for herself. Half an hour later though, I received her Skype call from the office, the only place with Wi-Fi access. She showed the empty room and said that she didn't have her iPad with her, and she quickly went to her room for it and begged me not to force her to make excuses and that she did not like my attitude again. At the same time, I noticed on Skype how beautiful she looked. It obviously worked well for her. She was in pink. She looked happy. Too was obvious she fell in love with this unpretentious man, who, with her words, "You gonna weep just having a look at him." And all my jealousy prevailed, driving me to fury. At times, it was impossible to get Irina on either Skype or phone. That's how, in fact, I began to pin down her dates with him. At the peak of their passions, their dates would reach 3 times, and even more, a week. Incredible marathon for a 50-year-old woman, even for such loving one like my wife was. Those moments I realized very clearly how much I loved her. Really. For such a woman like Irina, any long sex breaks were strictly contraindicated. She would wither without it? I should have thought about it. And now I have lost sleep and appetite. I always wanted to lose some weight. I had struggled with my excess weight without much of success in the gym, and now I began to rapidly lose it. People at work began to notice my detachment. The works, unfortunately, kept adding up, but I couldn't focus on it. All my thoughts were about my wife. At night, I would wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning and could no longer sleep. One day, by the end of her second week at work, I woke up with a particularly strong sense of anguish and texted her some greeting message she never received, and I felt that she was not alone and my legs went rubbery. I strongly felt that while I was eating my heart here, she was indulging in love with him. In the morning, I put the squeeze on her with questions and she gave in. Yes, she had sex that night all right. At this point, I felt an incredible surge of adrenaline, I guess. I felt my hands shaking, and I got turned on again. Yes, she was having sex, but again she begged me not to take it into my head. She would never fall in love with him, she had everything under control. Fuck me. Was she kidding me or what? Don't take it in your head. That very evening, I called for the masseuse. From different sources, including her texts and conversations, I roughly reproduced one of her days resulted with yet another sex. That day she was not so busy and she asked her boss if she could leave the office earlier. She wanted to go to the kitchen to cook some dinner. She loves cooking and very good at that too, and she missed cooking. She talked to me on this. The only fact that she concealed was that she was preparing dinner for two. When I later wrote her on this my conjecture, she didn't deny. The dinner she had cooked sure turned out to be very good. Then he came. They had dinner together. Then my wife gave a call to our daughter and talked to her for a long time until she ran out of money. And then, well, they had a really good time. And now look at her. She flutters on the wings of happiness, and I walk around on rubbery legs. I wrote her that a grand party on the timely sail away of yet another batch of modules, built in our fabrication yard, was coming up, and it would be very difficult for me to stay alone, knowing that she was probably going to have another sex that night. I made it clear that I was going to have a good time myself, and I also expressed my concern that she might acquire the taste for what she was doing and would start sleeping around, that what I would never outlast, to which she replied that she felt jealous in advance and that I was still the best man to her. And now she understands me very well, being that jealous. Then she wrote that she had cleaned up her room and a hallway floor and the sink in her room. She is a good housekeeper, I know it. And she also assured me, she would never be sleeping around, I shouldn't be worrying about it, she was not that kind of a woman. She would be staying with the same man. How faithful is she, damn it. If he is not working there at their site, there will be nobody else she was going to sleep with. Now she would wait for me for sure, now she could. And she asked me to be very vigilant and careful and to be sure to use condoms if it was really hard for me to refrain. And all over again, that this time it was her turn to go crazy with jealousy. But, somehow, I didn't feel that jealousy in her, the ferocious one I had. Her head was clearly occupied by something else. That's what I hated, as well as the fact that she openly wrote that she only slept with the one guy. We both had gone mad. If only I knew that during that my grand party night she happened to have her own of no less grand one, somewhat unexpected for her though. That's why all my shells were missing her. Under any other circumstances, each of any of those my confessions fleshed out with photographs I had sent, could have easily become the cause for our divorce. Running ahead, I would say that there were a lot of things I have accurately guessed right. What kept surprised Irina so much, my God. How do you know this? Just incredible. You're like in my skin. Much of what was going on with my wife was just as I expected, only more insane, desperate, and passionate. There was the very serious be-all, and end-all going on with them. They had their own realm of the senses. Paul was struck by Irina's incredible temperament. Irina would tell me later that he just like me, used to call her my sensual one. When they were making love she'd flow all her senses and juices so bad that sometimes they had to flip over the mattress. Perhaps that's why he must have bought her a gold chain. On Saturday to Sunday, when I was on that grand party with a fantastic girl, the owner of a real estate office, and so beautiful in her dress, who came to the hotel in her car to take me for the party I had invited, and then late at night in the no-name nightclub I was with another one, a pretty rock singer chic, and the next day on Sunday I was in my hotel room with a beautiful barmaid, the third one. Having sex with all of them in just 2 days. Well, that's what was happening at that very weekend to my wife. At my wife's work, they all work 7 days a week, they had no days off unlike us. She and her boyfriend sneaked out to a fancy hotel in the city, he had made a reservation for. On the way into town he asked Irina if she loved roses, to which she said, yes. Very much. And on her way to their place, she still had no idea what was awaiting her, she anticipated a beautiful bouquet of roses. She was told that they were going to a nightclub and she was reluctant to go since she was very tired after work. In the hotel lobby Irina was asked to wait a bit, here is a pleasant surprise for you. Wow! She thought to herself. There's some huge bouquet of roses is sure awaiting me. How romantic! Finally, she was asked to proceed. And she gasped. The floor, tables, double bed all were covered with red and white rose petals. Paul grabbed petals with his 2 hands petals and tossed them over her. Irina stood numb with euphoria under colorful snowflakes of petals and could not believe all this. They had planned to stay there until morning, but they lost control and forgot themselves for yet another day. They had a sauna and a swimming pool there, a lot of fancy foods with champagne and wine. And the ocean of sex. I didn't know all the details right then, I was figuring out that they had something going that was really outrageous, above and beyond, but I still had no idea to what extent they have outperformed me with my girls. Well, that's why she wasn't boggled by my eloquent reports with photos about my adventures. All this was incredibly simultaneous. I recreated all this based on her stories she told me later, on her mailbox I hacked into when I was dying of jealousy. Yes. He really was crazy. And generous. That's what had turned out to be her boyfriend. He had outperformed me in almost everything. Now I saw that she was crazy and unreservedly in love with him. Again. She was flying on her wings and I was walking on my padded feet, completely freaked out, without sleep and appetite. Night in rose petals with champagne. Wow. They were both in deep sleep up until dinner, with all their phones switched off, they all started searching for them. Well, they stopped at a jewelry store on their way back, where he bought her that $500 gold chain. And I was afraid and waiting for her phone call all this time. She never called me that day. In the evening, though she did. And she was like, why are you not answering my phone calls? Hiding from me after rough nights. What an actress she was. Then she again stopped answering my phone calls and emails, bringing new bouts of rage and jealousy in me. During one of those outbursts of rage, in addition to my sexual adventures in Indonesia, I pulled out for her my long time ago infidelities she only was guessing about, including that fucked up Julia. To which she finally replied, saying it was a shame to read about my long-standing cheating on her. It doesn't look though so insulting to me now. Nice finish. I did not know about that hotel with petals yet. I've already written most of the book, but this is here where I am lost. I don't know how to convey the drama of our situation and experiences. What furious letters I was writing to her. She would write in response about our daughter, about not being able to get through to her, or what they had discussed about if she did. One day she wrote to me that she probably should stop seeing him because she felt sorry for me. Oh, thanks. But when she showed me the gold chain on Skype he had presented her, and I still did not know anything about the hotel with petals, my rage again dramatically changed into incredible euphoria. What kind of a woman was she anyway? I never thought of myself as a greedy one, but I had never given such gifts to any of my girlfriends either. And after her promises that she would tell me everything about her affair with him, especially that she wanted to tell about that anyway, I just couldn't wait to see her. She began to write to me and even called me once. In my work with my turbulent flows and mixture of jealousy, rage, thrill, and euphoria, it was impossible for me to concentrate at work, but works kept adding up. All my thoughts were about my wife only. To get her off my mind, temporarily at least, I desperately wanted to fall in love with some local beauty. But such things don't happen on orders. I changed 3 girls, all fucking gorgeous and young, just in 1 week. Swear to God. It was useless. And they, her and Paul, still could not get tired of each other. My situation was radically different from hers. The local beauties were after me all the time, everyone ready to marry me on my first call. I should have been using this and not thinking about nothing. I knew though that I only was of any value to them as long as I had a job or money for that matter. And now I had another dilemma. I was asked to skip my vacation at work. For me, that meant that in that case I would lose my wife for good. If I turned them down, I could lose my job. The project was getting close to its end, and more people were getting released. We just had one lady greedy to work, the good as built documentation specialist, and my competition as well, who just as well stayed out of work. And I still wasn't sure yet how will our relationship go. Too much has happened to us. So, I didn't want to lose my job. Neither did I want to lose my wife. Especially my wife. So, I made the decision to take a vacation and go home. Sometimes the mere thought that my wife, with her husband still alive, was having sex with a stranger, was terrifying to me, putting me in indescribable horror. From all this, I felt that I was having a nervous breakdown. I had not been sleeping normally for several weeks and was forcing myself to eat. And my wife still had not enough time to communicate with me, even though she was sorry and scared for me. A week later though, I felt yet another sharp change towards me in her. All of a sudden, she wrote a tender letter to me and asked me to call her after work and stressed that she would be waiting for my call. I couldn't call her that night because I went with my boss and a colleague to a cozy, newly discovered restaurant with nice and live jazz music. I was back in my hotel late and immediately fell asleep. Next morning, she wrote that she waited for my phone call so bad and she was going crazy with jealousy all along and that she couldn't wait to see me, counting the days, and she was having a breakdown. And I realized that he finally got tired of her. They must have split up. Not a trace of her former triumph. I detected some poignant helplessness in her and her need for, if it was not her for the protection yet, it was her need for some communication with me for sure. I wrote immediately that they apparently had something happened, they must have broken up on his initiative, to which she replied, "God. You'd never cease to amaze me how you feel and know me. You are so intelligent and all-knowing. And how do you have time to write such big letters to me? You know, I acutely felt how I need you here, and how much we have in common. I do not want to efface it from my life." Not long before, in a rage, I threw her this, "While you bank fucking," she resentfully shot me back, "What makes you think we were bank fucking?" Betraying herself again. She always wanted more with him. And he got tired. She has exhausted a 35-year-old guy. Atta girl. I immediately recollected her, how it would feel for me to know, not assume, like she was doing now, but to know for sure that she was asking her boss to let her go earlier than normal, not for her to call me, for example, but to cook a delicious dinner for the two of them, getting pleasure from the cooking process, or I'd rather say from the anticipation of a romantic dinner, and after a dinner and talking with our daughter, she'd engage in a stormy sex with someone? How would I suppose to feel, especially after her infamous, "Never mind, everything is under control"? And all of a sudden, she was jealous now, when I didn't give her any reason for that. Just because I didn't give her a call because I fell asleep at last? When I was giving her a good reason for her to be jealous, she was doing that for a show, not for real. Her head was well too busy with him, it wasn't so insulting to her then. And now look at her. She wants me to write her letters. But she never did me any favor when I was asking her to. And now I almost wasn't interested in her myself. My only hope was it would be different at home. I hoped so very much. That's why I was going home. At home I learned what really has happened there. They were seeing each other not as often as I thought. During the night, they'd so knock themselves out that Paul would need at least a day or two to be himself again. That was not enough for Irina though. And at the office as well, when he was sitting right next to her, she would want to touch him gently once in a while, and he would never allow that, even when they were alone. He had felt that this woman who was senior to him by 15 years, desperately was falling in love with him. And there were my phone calls to her at work as little as several times a day. So, he had to do something. And he did. The sauna was one of the few pleasures there, except sex, of course, for her in that under-equipped construction site in the middle of nowhere, she was working at. There were women to go to the bath first after work and then the men in the so-called women's and men's assigned hours. All the women had already gone when Irina was still there. She was soaping herself up under the shower when she heard men's voices, but since the women's time was not over yet, she was in no hurry. Suddenly the door opens and here comes. Who do you think? Yes. Here comes Paul. Naked. You are crazy. Irina gasped in horror. People are about to come now. Please, leave me now. No. They are not. He said I told them not to. And stepped in, joining her under the shower. And she remembered that when she was going to the sauna, she saw him in the offing and she thought that he was fixing the communication line. Now she knew he was following her. He was drunk, standing in the shower and hugging her and saying that they should stop seeing each other, it would be better off for both of them, and that she had to return to her husband a little bit hungry. Irina was listening to him and sadly objecting, that the dating they were having, did not impose any obligations on him. She wanted to continue the affair with him. Well, nobody wants to get dumped. I know it myself way too good. And after that Paul was gone for a few days, and the driver told her that he had gone to the town to have some fun and now he seemed to be in town in the sauna with the horse. That's what he regularly does during his hitches. And here Irina got seriously frightened for herself and firmly stopped any contacts with him. And when he was back, he asked, if he wasn't too rude on her under the shower that night in the sauna. Yeah, she told him, and he was rude on her then and besides, they told all sort of things about him. He was right, they should not see each other. After that, the driver never talked to Irina again. I mean, thank God he was okay, just stayed away from her. I still wasn't sure how Irina would act when we met, so I didn't know what I was going to do. Therefore, I met her with a touch of excitement at the railroad station. We went from the station by bus, she was sitting right behind me. She was patting my ears, and I was clinging back to her hands. I would never do that before, I always was very restrained in public with her. It felt very good. Every day, and I'm telling you, every single day of the 2 weeks we were together we were having sex. Even a few hours before my departure we were doing it, couldn't miss this opportunity. Normally I would need at least 1 day with her to regain some strength. Not this time. There was a larger-than-life drive inside me. The totally restarted relations. She came to her birthday. I had gifts for her. Not gold, of course, she wanted. I told her gently, that gold was a bit too much under the circumstances, she still was cheating on me. Remember? And she already had it, a good one from her lover. But I still bought her some luxury perfumes and liqueurs from the duty-free shops in Dubai. We drank some whiskey, I had her drink and talk. And then she told me everything without reserve, hugging and patting me at particularly juicy moments. That's when she told me all about that fancy hotel with the rose petals. And something really deep inside me started finally letting me go. It had been 3 months since our last meeting when she started to work. There were 2.5 months she managed to last before all these things had started. But she wanted a body. She wanted it so much that it was even difficult to walk for her. Any woman, whenever she wants it, she would always send messages with her deeply unconscious behavior. When I worked in Indonesia, there was 45-year-old woman who worked as a translator, who was always wearing unrealistically short skirts. In a Muslim country, it would only cause sarcastic comments behind her back. She really looked ridiculous. It was not particularly helpful to her either. She would never date local men, and expats including fellow Russian as well were spoiled by the attention of local young beauties. Well, Irina would never of course dream to wear the short skirts at that age. Besides, the dress code at her work would never allow them to wear any skirts, not just short ones, only trousers or pants. But Irina was betraying herself by various kind of women talks, like, for example, complaining about her husband working incredibly long hitches that were difficult to weather. And they, her friends, would often tell her that she'd better take off her wedding ring. Don't scare off the men, they keep staring longingly at her. She's got a look. Doesn't she know that? She still wore the ring. In the meantime, the lady cook, yet another friend of hers, just kept whispering to Paul, as she later had learned, that he should pay attention to Irina. Just look at her, she is longing for it, she needs some help, she is being sick. Sure enough, soon Paul had moved to their office and sat right next to Irina. Finally, after the oil man's day party, and I know on my own how desperate I could be myself with a hangover, he had made a move on her. He has offered her a cup of tea. That's what they were calling it, a cup of tea. Irina was resting after work in the mobile hut she was sharing with a storekeeper Galina, each on her own bed when he knocked at the door. He said that everything was ready and that he was waiting for her. Irina still did not expect this, how fast things would unravel. She was taken aback a bit, then she pulled herself together and quickly started dressing up. On a date? Asked her Galina. Yes, said Irina. Galina was very surprised and began to ask Irina about her age. Irina did not tell her. She was embarrassed by all this going on right then. Especially she was shy about her age. In the room, he had arranged, the conditions were abominable, and she did not like it. I reminded that she was telling me the next day after that night that it was excellent. Better than expected. That was that very night Paul had made a promise to take her to a fancy hotel. I understand that in the context of subsequent crazy nights she was having with him, that first impressions of her had faded away. That's why it was so important for me to know about her first impressions, which were lost for good. Also, she was telling me about a funny episode when they had sex after work in their office. They were desperate and had no place to go to. With lights turned off, she put a bed sheet on her boss's table and all hell broke loose. The next morning, Irina especially came early to take a closer look, if there was anything they have left, like used condoms, for example. Under the table, she saw some sawdust which came down from under the connecting bolts. She quickly cleaned up everything, and later their carpenter tightened all loose bolts at her request on that table. She was suffering badly from her interrupted dating and missed him, especially that she now had rooms available all the time on location. He's crazy. You would probably say about me, my dear reader, and perhaps you are right. But her openness brought me back to my normal state and revived our relationship. And the love has transformed Irina. She underwent a comprehensive medical examination, fixed her teeth and began to do gymnastics. And old age stepped a bit back away from her. And she was missing Paul for a long time, her only lover in our life together. Her meeting with him kept overgrowing with more details I unsuccessfully was seeking once. However, and, in fact, there was nothing paradoxical about it there, all this has extended our sex life and possibly has saved our marriage. For example, when we watched a video she could blurt out something like, "That's what we were doing with Paul," instantly arousing me, even against her will, no matter if it was less than half an hour after our last session with her. Now here, probably I will finish this, probably the hardest chapter of this book I have written. What I should say here, I'm sorry, Irina. I tried hard to love you and even for a while I thought I had succeeded in that. But it never worked. 14.5 The most mysterious one. There is the most beautiful chapter already in my book here, so this nomination I had already reserved for me. This mysterious girl in my class was considered one of the most beautiful girls in town. Well, she was not just a beautiful girl, she was a real wowie one. She had to be seen. It was believed that it was only her elder sister to be more beautiful whose beauty went to legends in that town. I remember myself how eager I was to see her sister. It never happened. Not back then. But another girl, Marina, about whom I wrote above here, was more noticeable in that class. But Urka was much more mysterious. With this her bright Baltic appearance, she reminded me some of German or Swedish rock stars, very fashionable at that time. The first time I noticed her when she looked back at someone in the class, and right then I fell in love with her bright eyes and pronounced Scandinavian face. And her Polish-Lithuanian poetically sounded surname Rycertitius. Much later I asked her that Lithuanian girl surnames should sound differently. Yes indeed, it should sound like Rycertitiut, but she lived in Russia so it never changed. In that year after Indonesia, I finally was going to visit my mom. It wasn't meant to be my holiday visit, it was just my hitch-off visit, and I asked my HR to book the ticket, not to my home at my place of registration, but to my mother's place, so I could see my old and not very healthy woman, and they heard me. Although, frankly, I did not really want to go there, not with the money I had on me and with the mood which never bounced back to normal after Indonesia. Especially with the beginning of summer that year, which was unusually cold and rainy throughout Russia. But something, probably, it was my life experience, told me that just at such times I normally have unusual events. That was the premonition I had. In 2017, for the 35th anniversary of our senior year, we managed somehow to get together, probably, as the most complete team after school. Almost 2/3 of us had gathered. By the way, 5 boys from this class were gone by then. Well, that's how it all started. So, going to see my mother, I wanted to carry on, like, flirtation for an ex-sex icon and the best volleyball player in our class, that Marina. We wrote off, the idea to get together seemed to really please us and she asked me to get to it. It's the 35th anniversary after all. Well, that would be even more meaningful occasion for me to see her. So I took up this. This meeting, in fact, was arranged by Oleg, a trucker working abroad and a joker who was always like that since school. And I was only helping him. Yes, I was sure that if I fooled around with someone in our class, that would be Marina. I had somehow communicated with her. With Urka, however, I did not communicate at all in our class. Really, neither in the classroom nor after school. Except for a few phrases that we exchanged for 3 years at the school. My days began to be melancholy at my mom's. I went to the neighboring resort towns, drank mineral water, and sometimes helped myself with some vodka at evenings, and took hot baths, met some relatives, went with my mother to our dacha to help her to harvest, and dealt with some other insignificant things. I drank alone since a friend of my childhood no longer drank and constantly called me to join him in the gym instead. I generally prefer to drink alone, I do not have interlocutors with whom I would like to talk. but I was at the funeral of my childhood friend's cousin whom I also knew well and who had turned out to have an affair with my sister a long time back. I phoned with my classmate Sveta, who at one time did not even want to share a desk with me, and we met up at the yard of her place. First, we had some ice cream, remembered our school years. Now I felt her obvious liking for me. We went to the Irish pub where we had some beer mingling with the football fans and agreed to arrange a preliminary meeting with Marina and Oleg to discuss some organizational issues for yet another, more grandiose class reunion event. By phone calls and correspondence, it was clear that Marina really wanted to meet with all us. Urka on that day had to go to work swing shift, but she said she would go to us on her way to work. Before going to see them, for bravery I helped myself with a shot or two of vodka. The four of us have gotten together. Oleg and Marina, both were driving, so they didn't drink, so Sveta and I were having some vodka, snacks and some fun. We were sitting outside. "And here's Urka coming," Marina said happily, and Kim Bessinger sat up right next to us. Damn, it was really good to see her. She was still the same, a little detached and elegant, and looked spectacular. The Western European kind of a woman. She wore a spotted overall, which gracefully emphasized her still well-preserved shape. But the makeup. TT was too much of cosmetics on her face to my personal taste. She was way too good for any makeup. Our eyes met several times with fear. I ordered her ice cream, constantly stealing glances at her. Urka quietly took a picture of me on her iPhone. She had to go to work, and before parting we photographed together on her phone and I carefully put my arm around her waist. That's what Urka later told me. I did not remember anything about me hugging her. I forgot about Marina the moment I saw Urka. These moments, and these shy glances decided our destiny. She went very unpretentiously from us to work, and we continued our gulp. Then we decided to call on Anatoly, another classmate whom I had not seen for at least 28 years. The whole evening I had a fine mood. At Anatoly's, whose wife was very nice to us, we drank tea with a cake and animatedly discussed our school photos, which he kindly provided to us. Many of these photos I did not have, even those I took, so I scanned them to my phone. All this time I had Urka and her slinks before my eyes. And I received to my WhatsApp her selfie pictures with me standing by. And I wrote, "Thank you, we are at Talia's." Urka asked me to say hello to him for her. That's how it all started. And it started really enchantingly. It started so enchantingly dynamic that I now involuntarily put myself on hold to think a bit on how should I write about it to convey that magic mood and atmosphere of all this to keep you suspended, but, at the same time, without too much details delivered. Before the big our class reunion we had our meetings, Urka. Our dates. We had two. They were a bit unexpected for us. Unexpected was the passionate kisses that have been waiting on their wings for us since the age of 16. And we still did not know anything about each other. She still was that 16-year-old girl of my dreams to me. Our deferred and secret passions just kept waiting for their time and finally broke loose in a hurricane. After our first date, I sent her poems with a confession of love at the end. Urka was touched by it and she confessed that she felt she was falling in love with me too. A woman who had two grown-up sons was about to know the first love in her life ever. The situation was greatly aggravated by the fact that the day of our first date occurred on the day of my wife's arrival. She was missing me as well. And, of course, my secret dates with Urka wouldn't go unnoticed for long. The first storm was approaching. Every new meeting brought so many new and inexpressible feelings. We quickly replenished for our lost time and feelings for each other. I quickly recalled my long-forgotten feelings that I did not have since my love affair with Ally. I was her first man to whom she, the dream of all the boys and men, felt love, first in her lifetime. At that Jubilee class come together in a banquet hall, I naturally sat next to Urka. My hands were on her knees all the time under the table. I couldn't help it. Our powwow started well. with the collective photo at the threshold of our school, once the most advanced and modern in the city, and our class was the first in this school from the first to the last grade. From the first minutes, I was having showers of compliments from everyone, both males and females. It was nice, I admit, to hear this from the former silver spooners and beauties. And in the hall, we were the only dancers with Urka, and it all apparently became clear that we were seeing each other for a while. And I was also singing karaoke like a nightingale, some popular hits in English, that some even went out to dance along with me singing, and ended my songs with applause, and Urka was standing next to me, puffing up with pride, like a mother for her son in the school play. Even the restaurant owner went out to listen to me. I was the star in the groove there, and girls unceremoniously pulled me away from Urka to dance, especially that Marina. And Sveta, the same one that in the young years at school who did not tolerate me so much that she wouldn't want to sit down with me at the desk, as our form teacher required, and who now kept kissing me in my cheeks with her closed eyes all along. Sveta sat next to me at the desk back then after a noon recess. Urka spoke with Sveta on the recess. What would it be like for you? She told her if you were in his shoes and nobody would want to sit down with you. I have never liked Sveta myself from the very moment I saw her when I was 6. She was brought for hospitalization to a place I was in, and she did not want this and fiercely fought back to her dear mama, screaming and crying, and tearing herself back. For some reason, I did not feel sorry for her. And I also thought she was very big then. And Jura, that arrogant Jura, from the chapter above, who only wanted Urka to share his desk with, and when he was denied by the class teacher, he stayed alone in his desk. The only student in the class. That's how he liked her. Jura, by the way, never got married. Urka joked that she had nothing to do with it. Remember him, right? Jurka loved all the West European things. And he, not very angrily, but the first at the evening, commented out loud on our suspicious inseparability. He had always noticed that. At a school party, I somehow dared to invite a, slender as a withy, blonde girl to dance, and he, dancing with the other girl, winked at me as if to say, "Just look at you. You timid boy." Now Sveta was loudly grumbling at Urka, that she had occupied me, and because of that, no one else could dance with me. That's not fair. Once a tough Komsomol leader, Lena, pinning me in front of the class with a class teacher alongside for my poor school performance, for my long unkempt hair, now openly called me handsome, there at the party and later in social networks. Could I ever dream of that? People, please do love each other. Whatever happens, no matter. Keep loving. And try to marry for love. Let this love pass, and it will pass eventually, no doubt about that. This is still better than to never have it before. No passing for judgment for good or bad. I'll be honest with you, I always fell in love with beautiful appearances first. Beauty is an indicator of health one way or another. Urka was no exception. Except that Urka was the rare case that she could be loved for her personality alone. I'll dwell on that aspect later, but first, she attracted my attention with her beauty. I thought she was too beautiful for me. I put her on such a pedestal that I was frightened to approach. At the same time, I always felt the warmth coming from her towards me. I remember her studying glances, which I then perceived as pitying me, and how I dodged her piercing eyes. All the microscopic dialogues with her at school were on her initiative. But I could not even answer her without embarrassment. And I never did. I was embarrassed by my only worn-out jacket I had, bought with the social welfare office for me. For her beauty, I would forgive her any bitchiness, which she never had, and I was very good at running to bitches. I never saw her any angry or fierce. I generally remembered her smiling all the time like Samantha Smith, the USA Goodwill ambassador in early 80s. She always had her inner confidence and strength. And she stayed like that. It keeps blowing my mind just thinking that the most beautiful woman, the dream of any man, the woman who had boys 20 younger than her sons, fall in love with her, the woman to whom, when she was a young school graduate, was approached by some local power broker and offered a secure life in a cloudless future if she only agreed to marry him, a woman whom I desperately and hopelessly loved myself since school, who just like that falls in love with me. As you have already understood from my book that I'm sick all over my head, but it was with Urka that I quickly began to recover, to become an increasingly normal person, which I had never been since probably my early childhood. We kept seeing each other after that anniversary, coming together with classmates. We managed to see each evening. As teenagers, we sat embracing in the dark in a gazebo in an abandoned park. We would take a taxi and leave for another town or a forest, where no one interfered with us in the dark. And what was surprising? I was afraid of nothing with her around. I would have never landed alone in the woods at night. It's amazing. Isn't it? I will always remember my first visit to her, where she met me in a white shirt, thrown over her naked body. White shirt. On her naked body. There was nothing sexier I have ever seen before. I was choking with delight hugging her. Urka asked if I was hungry. I was saying something about not caring at all about being hungry with her around, as she resolutely led me into her bedroom. So resolutely that I got terrified. "Will you have some cognac?" she asked, clearly feeling it. I really needed something to drink. My heart was jumping out of my chest. Urka was a fine fellow. She was quick and delicate at making the right decision. Urka waited for me in her shirt, nervously chain-smoking cigarettes. I was running late again. You remember that my wife came to visit me and I always had to think up some good excuse to go away. And we could not afford to lose a minute. And we lost nothing. Our dates were unforgettable. Very tight in time and so romantic. She was fantastic in bed. She was even better in her shower cubicle. There was seas, oceans of love in her. Could I ever dream about it? Without makeup, that adorable Urka from the 10th grade was looking at me again. Well, hello, my Urka, my dear. And I felt really young again. Indeed, one never really know his limits. We're now eating in her kitchen. So many foods and they are so different and so delicious. Stewed meat with mushrooms. Fried chicken with vegetables. Ice cream with chopped chocolate. Cognac. I was hungry now. I would eat and immediately forget about food whenever I looked at her. She was standing by the window in a shirt smoking a cigarette. You eat? She is taking me out of the trance. She, embarrassed, turned back to the window, still feeling me openly staring at her beautiful knees. Whenever I touched her, the goosebumps would instantly show up on her hands, her neck, and everywhere. I've never seen this before. She had no time to finish her cigarette. 20 Urka told me a funny story how once she was invited to the theater by one handsome but impudent young man. She thanked him for that but told that she was too old for him. Was she not? To which he replied, "What do you mean too old for me? Am I going to chew you, or something?" I loved her absolutely liberated sexuality and couldn't believe that. That couldn't be the true what was going between the two of us. And it just rained outside the window, it was so green and clean and the birds were singing so juicy and sweet. It was in July. It has always been uncomfortable for me to lie to anybody, but I never been so cynical and believable like that before. For my next date with Urka, I told my wife that I would be at my classmate's place to give him some photos I took at that meeting, that I might stay there and might have some drinks. We are old friends after all. We had sparklier, crazier, and even more exhausting date this time. With fantastic foods in her kitchen again at breaks. We again had some cognac. I needed it this time for a smell. I'm at a classmate's, remember, we drank a lot but never got drunk, and my girl was going at work at night. After I left Urka, I called and met with a classmate, bought him some drink and took him to me. On the way, I instructed Serge that all this time I was with him. You had a good time? With Urka Certitius. Just like that with a smile, he asked. I stopped short with surprise. You understand? Right? I've been to your place. Of course. No questions. And I smiled. Everything was written on my face. No doubt about that. Oh, what a spun we had with us. I didn't have such a thing even with that beautiful ally almost 30 years before when I first fell in love to such a dizzying state. And it was with her that I realized that, even though the girls loved me, they never did it as much and so truly as Urka did. All the love she had unspent in her life, she poured it fully on me. What can I say? With this amazing woman, if you will, I had nothing to dream of. And I have finally settled, calmed down. I figured out what was wrong with me. I always believed that things like this would never, or almost never, happen. Now I know for sure, if we started dating with Urka at school, and if we got married, I would never ever cheat on her. We talked a lot about this with Urka. Before her I was short on sex all the time. Probably partly because of this I lived with my wife, with a woman I never loved, but who loved sex in almost all its forms, and, with Urka, I felt that I finally found someone who started to meet my demand with sex. And I eventually have become a normal person in this respect. I got everything with her and I had nothing to dream further about. In our class, there are at least 3 who envy me that I am seeing Urka. This is Jura, Pavel, once an A student, whose life did not work out too good for him and who began to hit on Urka at our class reunion, until he figured that he was late. This Oleg, the sea captain, even in his white captain's jacket in a photo, he never went to his mother's house in that jacket. Maybe he should have at least once. He didn't look like a brave captain at all, who was in love, and still secretly is I believe, with her at school. Oleg lacks generosity the real captain should have. And women did not like him. That explains his constant and miserable drinking with dumplings or fried potatoes for a chaser at his mother's on holidays and his evil nature. I told him when we drank, that with Urka, I no longer had anything at all to dream about. Imagine how it was to hear it by the sea captain, deeply insecure in his mind. Perhaps it should be disturbing when there are so many of jealous men in one place, but for the time being it does not disturb me at all. First, I trust Urka. I feel that she really loves me. Second, I can handle all of them. We have a lot of mystical things with Urka. Even the fact that her father, whom I resemble a little bit, died when he was 52 years old. Urka and I met when I was 52 years old too. And also, it never ceases to amaze us that, living all the time close by in a small town, we managed not to meet with her all this time. Probably, the higher forces decided for us that the time had not come for us yet. Now, this time has come, I believe.